just yet. This stillness is just a phase. I need to find my purpose again. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. Innocence and summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down. Vision is clouded. It feels like we've been aging faster. I feel so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. Innocence and summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down.
Welcome to the NACE Star League studio, and this week is a very important one indeed because it is the last week of normal season competition for the Varsity Premier League in NACE Star League. So we've got 8 teams ready to end their season on a good note here tonight. I'm your host Jacob Palmer, joined by Artemis Rain. And Artie, if there was a tagline to describe all of the... Oh, are you all right?
Yeah.
Okay. If there was a tagline that's so exciting that it rocks you to your foundation, what's the ultimate thing we need to remember about tonight?
The ultimate tagline, our storyline header here, is gotta be control your destiny. Because this is it. This is our final week. You either gotta make a statement now, or you could be at the end of the line.
And we will see that unfold in all of the games that we have lined up here today. Let's take a look at the schedule to see who will be going up first. We're going to be starting with Western Kentucky versus Missouri State, Hilltoppers versus Bears. Then we'll move on to Oklahoma Christian and UT Dallas.
And for our final half of the evening, we'll have Kennesaw State taking on Kentucky Esports. To close out the night, it'll be Boise State taking on Mizzou.
And if you want to fully understand what we mean by control your destiny, those last 3 games in the lineup, oh boy, are they competitive. But we are going to start with the Hilltoppers versus the Bears, 2 teams that have had sort of a middling performance throughout the season. They're both in the middle of the standings. And for Western Kentucky, they're going to be trying to end their season on a positive note, make it 4-2 for themselves, and those players are going to be Javi, King Nation, Hassa, Enolska, and Anatar.
And for the side of Missouri State, we're going to have Consul Shell, Fat Whale, Cap, Flame Tank, and Corey to round out their roster.
Both these teams, like I said, are right in the middle of the pack. Hilltoppers 3-3, Bears 2-4. So this kind of the last chance for them to shine before LCQ season comes up. And you got to imagine, ending your season on a positive, negative note could have a big impact going into that.
Yeah, I mean, your mentals, they can carry over, especially if you do VOD reviews right before a big game and you look at your previous match history, your most recent VOD going to the next one. If you feel as though your team did not perform to its best ability or you as a player did not, and you watch that VOD, sometimes you are overly critical of yourself. You look at those mistakes and it brings down your mental attitude. And that mental fortitude really is necessary going into LCQ because it is an uphill battle.
Both these teams in the West 4 division, it's really been dominated by 2 big teams. One of them we've seen beforehand, Drexel, the Dragons, you remember them. Both the teams that are at the top tied for first place are 6-0. So it has kind of been a shutout in that particular division. So when you've got 2 big names that you're having to go up against, that you have in the back of your mind if you get to LCQs, you got to make sure that you're performing at your best, and you really got to make sure that maybe just picking up a win today can be that reassurance that we can do it. We'll see the mistakes we make, improve them going forward, and in playoffs we'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Most definitely. Just play to the best of your ability, leave everything out on the virtual field, as I often find myself reiterating, and make sure you walk away knowing that you tried your hardest. That's pretty much the most important thing when it comes to any match that you play.
All right, let's get to the first game on our docket, the Hilltoppers versus the Bears. I believe we've seen the Hilltoppers multiple times in the Star League. We've covered them for multiple matches, but I do believe this is the first time I'm seeing the Bears play, so we'll see what Missouri State can bring to the match. Not only the only team from Missouri here tonight, because Boise State and Mizzou is going to be last too. So a lot of representation from that state tonight.
Yes, we get to start the story with Missouri and end it with Missouri. So hopefully both teams come out swinging and are ready to represent their state proudly, as we can take a quick look here at Western Kentucky taking on Drexel University in Week 5. This was our first control map. It is Elios. You can see they rolled out onto this Doomfist Tracer, and this was to make sure that they can come back to the point. It was almost flipped in favor of Drexel. They managed to come out on top. And then this was our ever-reoccurring hybrid map has now been Eichenwald.
Yes, Kings Row 2.0, as they say, and it's kind of a main demonstration of why Drexel is so well positioned in the bracket. They sweeped the Hilltoppers 3-0, but we've seen the Hilltoppers bounce back, show that they can make some good plays no matter what the situation. So I really do think that there's a huge difference in them ending their season, because whether Western Kentucky wins or loses tonight is going to determine whether their win weight was positive or negative for the whole season. It's either 3-4 or 4-3, and that's a big difference to say you won more than you lost or lost more than you won.
There also is a saying among some esports players that is either the other team won the game or you lost the game. And with that being said, it's all about how you view your performance in the match. If your team did the best that they absolutely could, then you know the other team won that match. However, if you know your team underperformed, it was just a bad day, the mentals weren't where they needed to be, someone was tilted before they walked in due to playing comp, well, then that is your team losing the match.
And here we see some highlights from what has basically become the Flashpoint map. We only saw New Junk City one time, but it has been all Servasta all the time.
I actually have been seeing in other NACE games teams choosing to go to New Junk with the anticipation that so many teams are expected to go to Servasa, that they're like, no, let's throw a curveball at everyone and we're going to send you to New Junk City. I hear a lot of groans from players when they experience this. However, they're still able to make adjustments and play to the best of their abilities. It's just, again, New Junk is so wide and open. And while it is a very long walk from your spawn over to the first flashpoint or the next flashpoint, when you're making those chases, somehow magically you are right by the spawn door within that first couple of seconds of beginning to chase after a kill when you're on New Junk.
It has been a season that has surely showcased each team's Lucio ability. The only hero who's gone all this time without a nerf hitting him in Overwatch 2. Standing proud and tall, as I'm sure you approve of.
Yes, normally I'm in my Lucio shoes, but today I am not because otherwise I need to be on an apple box when I'm standing next to Jacob. So with that in mind, yes, Lucio is extremely powerful. If you roll out onto a flashpoint map and you don't have Lucio, you are going to be in hot water. You better have a Symmetra or relying on JQ shouts to make sure your team can actually coordinate and move as a unit and doesn't get picked off in rotation.
It's all about that team cooperation, that team communication that we have seen separate the winners from the losers this season. That being said, we got to start out on some sort of stage, and normally that's been Lijiang.
Yeah, Lijiang seems to be the one that a lot of teams love to go to in the coin flip. The coin flip determines which team gets to pick whatever map we end up on.
Oh, and look at how good I am predicting these things.
You saw it on screen right before Jacob started saying it. We are going back to Lijiang because, I mean, you want to keep with the classics. Lijiang is a map that hasn't been touched. There isn't any new geometry added. It's not like Route 66, which just changed, or Gibraltar, which was out for a while and changed.
Yeah, Lijiang, definitely. We were talking a little bit about Lucio a little bit earlier, and this is definitely a stage that can test the team's ability. To use all their heroes to their peak potential. Lucio not only is just needed for his general movement abilities, but lots of places where that boop can come into play. Here we go. Western Kentucky versus Missouri State. Hilltoppers versus the Bears. We are ready to head down to the virtual battlefield and see how this best of 5 turns out.
And Jacob mentioning environmentals, of course, we got to discuss his personal favorite map out of the 3, which is Gardens. That one, it's classic. Lucio gameplay can really be detrimental to an enemy team that doesn't know how to play against that. Additionally, on Night Market, there's the back of the map where the 2 lanes on the left and right of the control point are. This is Gardens. There's a lot of environmental boopability on that map, but Night Market has it in the back of the map. And again, it's Wrecking Ball, Lucio, but here on Control Center, even though it doesn't seem like it's as much of a problem, that back area where the Mega Pack is at, right outside the control point that we're looking at right now, seems as though some players have begun to feel attracted to that Mega frequently when there is a Lucio over there and get sent to their impending doom.
Well, we're going to be starting out on Night Market for both of these teams. To wonder if they'll both go for that Symmetra race, try to put the teleporter up in the window and see who can get to the point first, but it isn't quite as universal as it was in past metas. Some teams opt to forego that.
If you choose to go with more of a dive composition, you can forego the TP onto point. We can see Missouri State choosing to go against that and is going with the spam composition with the Orisa leading the charge. And we have Kentucky who did the Reinhardt Symmetra Bastion that relies on using natural cover, using teleporters to make sure you can get on a target during their rotation period, and then using your Lucio's movement and amp healing as needed. You can see the first lockdown on point is going to be Western Kentucky because this Brawl comp is hard to break, but they get the Bastion down who was caught out. And it looks like Missouri is on the attack.
Moving in, the Bears pick off the Hilltoppers one by one. There's a few stragglers left. They just have to clean up the car wash that's been left and push Ryan off the edge. That's what I like to see. Good job. The Battle Cattle coming in strong for Missouri State. One team fight down. Hopefully there are many more in which we can see Arisa shine.
We do have window online for Missouri during this next engage, and King for Western Kentucky will also have it. We can TP onto point, window, instant into Bastion turret form. Someone shot a deflecting Genji, and it unfortunately leads to the doom of the Bastion. Now it's going to be this Reinhardt who's dangerously low, and their Baptiste trying to stay alive. They get cleaned up. They got 4% on point, but Missouri will cap it back at the 7% mark.
And in the past two team fights, we've really seen something you brought up a few weeks ago, kind of the weakness of if you over-rely on the teleport, you have to think about what comes after that. And we've constantly been seeing on the flank routes, this Sojourn has been picking up this Bastion every single time. And this Genji now, look at that, right immediately. Moving in with the Blade, looking for more. But there is a beat to counter it. But hey, you can just push him off the edge as Hasa learns. And that's going to be more Hilltoppers sent back to spawn. Right now, this Lucio is trying to give the Genji a taste of his own medicine, but he's going to deflect the last few shots and make sure the Bears hold on to the point.
At the 66% mark with how long it'll take to get Javi back for Western Kentucky, we are at last fight. This is do or die for the first control point. Western Kentucky needs to get on and get control. The issue is that, as we were talking about, those teleporters, you need to not let the enemy team just get right inside of your face and play. You need to be forcing them to react to you. Instead, a lot of times, Western Kentucky's getting caught off guard. They have wall, they have shatter, they have artillery strike, and they're going to be going into a window as well as Terra Surge, followed up with possibility of an overclock. They're trying to box the side of Missouri into one area. Shatter goes off. We see Lucio go down. Here comes artillery strike, and it does pick up the Baptiste as well. Finally, Western Kentucky getting some breathing room, locking down the point.
Now they're going to go into hot pursuit to get the Genji as well, put a bit of a stagger. The question remains, is Missouri State, they're going to have so many ultimates for this next fight. Going to have the Terra Surge, the Window, and Overclock on deck. So considering where the score is, this could just be a press Q battle for them to win it and claim.
Typically you do see 3 ults and 2 ults, but Western Kentucky has only got the Baptiste Window to work with. They managed to eliminate Genji early and get capped shortly thereafter. Courage is backing off with Lucio in tow to get back with their team. And it does look like, unfortunately, Console will not make it back. Is going to have to come to spawn instead. The one ultimate was enough, and they, unfortunately now for Western Kentucky, do not have anything online, whereas Missouri State has 2, almost 3 with the Genji Blade.
Bears moving in to try this a second time. Remember, just one team fight won, and they will win this. If they're fast enough, they might even be able to get a team fight after this, should they lose this one. Ryan's going to be pushed through the doors and charged into with the Arisa, who pops the Terra Surge. And now Blade and Beat come online. The Beat's going to be used to shore up some health for the Bears. Missouri State moves in, takes it back for themselves. And I do believe if there is no touch and this Lucio's trying to do his best to stall, it will be a Bears victory. Wrecking Ball, off the edge you go. That was exclamation point. The javelin being the line and the Wrecking Ball being the little dot at the end.
This was the Blade that came in from the off angle. Genji's doing exactly what they're supposed to do. Surround and conquer the team, pull attention, play for the off angle, get someone who's already low, eliminate them. We do see that King unfortunately decided to go off the map after their Reinhardt was eliminated. And we're going to be moving on to Control Center. This can be more in favor of the Brawl Reinhardt composition that we saw. However, it comes really down to if the Battle Cattle composition manages to take the point, take angles, it can be very detrimental to that Brawl comp.
Certainly wasting no time heading toward the point. Both teams. Western Kentucky is going to be a little bit faster, however, making it up to the server room beforehand. They'll have the high ground for this fight, and Anolska will use it to take out Cap. But it's evened up as Hasa Diddy bites the dust. Western Kentucky using the Immortality Field to keep themselves alive, something the Bears haven't used yet. Courage taking a whole lot of damage. There's their immortality field to keep their tank alive. And Olska bites the dust for Western Kentucky. But it's still competitive. We're trading eliminations back and forth as Courage and King Nation go down. Missouri State rotates over to take the point first.
Front line is currently gone for Missouri. They do have it on lock, but it's flipping back in favor of Western Kentucky very fast. Lucio comes in, challenging the Sigma. Sigma is forced to use the kinetic grasp to try to get a little extra health. Does not get much. Roth also used. And Cap goes down, the TP being used to try and circumvent the space being claimed from Missouri State. Looks like, unfortunately, that Genji who made it on with the one elimination will soon follow the rest of their team. Finally, Western Kentucky ticking up on control.
Missouri State was able to secure 25% with their first capture. And they'll have a little bit of stuff to use here for this next fight. Window is now just online along with Blade and Beat. So Western Kentucky puts a whole lot of damage. That Beat can do a lot, or you could just take the tank out at the beginning of the fight. That's a huge loss for the Bears. No one dares use their ultimates after that. It's going to have to be another reset.
Possible TP bomb being prepared by Hasa. We got Blade, Beat, Overclock, Window, all online for Missouri. Courage has decided to swap to the Doomfist. Now, Doomfist into Battle Cattle, if the cooldowns are perfect, can work. Well, apologies, into Sigma can work. However, Sigma with that rock can prevent all forward movement from a Doomfist. We have Window come out, and in response, Photon Barrier and Window are both used from Western Kentucky. They lose Javi. Bastion shortly there after it gets super low, manages to stay alive, but Javi also did manage to take down Courage.
Western Kentucky and Missouri State still fighting for this point. Beat expended as well as Overclock, which pays dividends. Getting Hosted Idiots traded back. King Nation eliminates Cap. Western Kentucky using their own Beat to keep themselves in this fight. They get rid of Console, and now they're trying to focus down that Doomfist, but he manages to quite literally tank it out. Another pick onto Fat Whale, so it's just taking everyone around the Doomfist out and using that to their advantage. They are up to 90% in this capture. Missouri State needs to reset fast.
Up on another Phytic Flux. Have Bastion popping the artillery strike early. Genji goes down to a grenade from Bastion. Fat Whale shortly thereafter. Cap in on the Tracers. They swap to this dive composition for Missouri State. It's 99% for Western Kentucky. Window in an awkward spot, but they are going to be able to use it to try and keep their team alive. Doomfist gets stunned, gets dangerously low, looking for a punch target, trying to get a little extra health from the shields it provides. They do manage to eliminate the Sigma. Sigma still with Lift online for the next fight.
Next few fights as Western Kentucky decides to save that. But they are having an advantage in this fight, 1-0, although this Pulse Bomb and Window will probably charge up fast. But before that can happen, Western Kentucky will take out Cap. They now move in, pop the Gravitic, get rid of the Immor field, and Ethos takes the full brunt of the damage. He managed to heal up, but Console is hurting for it as he expended his healing ability. Gonna mark out that Window view, take out Console Shell, just one left. Ethos, he's gone. Now this Tracer and this Doomfist, there's no one to support this Doomfist, so they can just mow him down. That Tracer falls victim to 3 car wash beams, as well as does the Lucio.
This is going to be Control Center going over to Western Kentucky. Missouri was the ones to take Night Market, so now it all comes down to Jacob's favorite map of Garden.
Okay, we focus so much on Lucio here for the Lucio boot because that's kind of the poster child for environmentals. But you have other options as well. If there's a very oppressive Far Mercy up in the air, then the bridges can come into play. Or, as we have all seen here in a very momentous NACE Star League moment, sometimes if you're just in a one-on-one and jumping around trying to make it so the other team can't hurt you, you can jump into the drink yourself unintentionally.
Remember, to anyone that is watching that plays Overwatch, jumping does not make you harder to hit. It's a predetermined arc. Don't do it. It makes it harder for you to aim.
We are going to be seeing a Mercy be brought up, but it's not for a Far Mercy. Instead, pocketing an Echo from Missouri State that can be just as deadly.
is a variation of Untouchables. Instead of the Wrecking Ball, Courage has decided to roll out on this Doomfist again. Looks for possibly send people off the map if Sen chooses to punch them into the wall. Genji's going to be eliminated from Missouri State first. Is going to be immediately thereafter Rez, but Javi on this Lucio doing some pepper damage onto Genji, looking for an opportunity to get their team inside of the dive composition and eliminate them one-on-one. They are going to gain control of the point in Western Kentucky. This is the first time we've seen them actually lock point first.
Could be a great change in the overall rhythm of the map. In goes the Doomfist. Following is the Mercy, and she is a sitting duck in the air for that turret form. Now the Doomfist is no one to help him. He'll go in, try to boop some people and make some space for himself, but with help from the car wash beam, he gets eliminated.
Echo comes in, copies Sigma.
Oh, nice punch!
Immediately gets melted down again by the car wash beam. Sigma is unsure, playing the front line, holding strong and steady. Going into this next fight, we're going to have beat Graphitic Flux, almost Photon Barrier, as well as Window from Western Kentucky. I've seen a lot of teams prefer to use Window and Wall at the same time to completely force a team into their line of sight or to just not engage whatsoever. But Missouri has 5 ults online, the only exception being Cap, who swapped over to the Pharah, not having Rocket Barrage.
Meteor Strike and Kitsune Rush starting the fight for Missouri State, but Anatar is standing tall and proud, getting rid of their Genji. Doomfist has moved onto the point, punches the Bastion off. He's going to throw his turret form and his grenade out to push so much damage onto Courage. King Nation getting the final hit on him. Bat Whale and Cap are next gone. The Mercy just has to go off the edge to fully reset as a team.
Photon Barrier and Artillery Strike online for Western Kentucky. Missouri State has decided to make the swap over to the Reinhardt and May. So Wall and Maul, Lucio allowing for speed for Ryan to close the distance on anybody that's cut off by these May walls. They're going to be relying on this Genji Blade heavily to allow for engagement and finish up the fight. We see Artillery Strike is going to be brought down first, doesn't find anybody. Photon Barrier shortly thereafter is going to force the team over towards the coastline, but no one goes into the drink. Ryan charges in dangerously low and gets eaten by Haas's Simbeam.
Despite losing the first stage, it looks like the Hilltoppers are on their way to picking up control.
Be Western Kentucky to walk away with Gardens in a 2-1 victory on Control, meaning we'll go into Hybrid next. But first, we can take a look at Hasa on the Symmetra.
Certainly just had a fun time on point, picking up a triple in that particular play of the game. So good work overall. So now the first stage turning out good for the Hilltoppers, which they are the team with the slightly better win-loss record, standing at 3 wins and 3 losses apiece. But we got to give the Bears their credit, because if we're looking at the overall makeup of these two teams, they're pretty even, all things considered.
I do think it came down to understanding your team's win condition, understanding the enemy's win condition, and playing to the advantage that you have early on. Take the space, don't give up space for free, and make sure that you have a plan going into every single fight. Also, if something's not working, something needs to swap, and unfortunately, during the last map, swaps came just way too late.
And sometimes that's all that matters, is not being able to get to the correct team composition. No matter how many ultimates you have, it's still a losing fight if you're not playing the right heroes.
There's very, very few exceptions of a hero you don't swap, and normally that one hero is going to be a Lucio with Sound Barrier, just because that can keep an entire team alive during one or a major ult dump from an enemy team. But I digress. We're going to be moving on to Hybrid. The 2 maps we've seen the most, Eichenwald, Kings Row. It could go either way. We could get thrown a curveball. We could go to Blizzard World. I don't know. It is truly up to these teams. But I do think Eichenwald, if you're struggling with composition swaps, may not be the way to go, because that map, if you're on the wrong comp and you start to get steamrolled, you trickle in. It can be hard to make those adjustments on the fly. But it does allow for variability and for you to counter swap as a whole unit a little bit easier if you have moments to catch your breath.
Well, us starting out on Lijian doesn't give me too much confidence that a curveball is going to be thrown, but you never know. You never know.
And we are waiting on confirmation for that. But with the idea of the possibility of a curveball, I think the curveball would be Blizzard World.
It has to be. We've mentioned it so many times that eventually we've got to be right on it.
If you like Pharmacy, it can work on Blizzard World, and we saw the Pharmacy, we saw the Echo Mercy. It's just the only issue with that is Blizzard World does not have a...
Yep, and it's the triumphant return of King's Row.
I cry.
Well, you know, we've been seeing so much I Can Vote. I can't believe seeing King's Row is a change-up, but that's just how it's been over the past few weeks. Artie is giving me, it's just staring daggers into my eyes right now over that comment.
Can we, like, bring back map ban? Like, for this week, we can't have King's Row. Just 1 week, no Kings. Simple request.
Well, I guess they'll put that in the suggestion box, the overflowing suggestion box, and just see if they can't get to that at a later time. Because right now, we have got to get to this match. Hilltoppers lead 1. They can go to match point if they win the fight on King's Row. Bears still looking to score.
Possibility of that Symmetra Reinhardt Bastion composition being utilized by either team. However, I've seen variations, especially on defense with that Reinhardt comp, where as opposed to using a Bastion, you have a Mei, or as opposed to a Sim, you have a Mei. Either one can work. It all really depends on how well your team is able to rotate. And with the current state of the game, lots of teams on defense will start on that high ground. So the Symmetra or the Mei has the ability to help their team get to that high ground when you're on attack. But then you play the Ring Around the Rosie game, and on defense, you just flip it. So the enemy team is now in the defender's position, and you just keep playing this game of walk away and do damage and drown down the timer.
Now, we did see at the very end of Lijiang, it was only for a sliver of time, only the last team fight, but there was a swap over to the Mei Rhine, the Wallen Mall. And we've seen that plenty of times on King's Row.
My only hesitancy with Mei Wallen Mall is teams will sometimes stagnate. They'll play in a space and then they stop moving, and that is where all chaos begins to break loose. You need to have the full plan, commit to the full rotation. Yes, use natural cover to stabilize once you've used your cooldowns, but if you use your cooldowns to get from point A to point B and nothing happened but you using your cooldowns, you are now sitting ducks.
And I believe, based on the silhouettes we're seeing, it's going to be an all-Sig party in terms of the tanks.
I'm excited for this Sigma versus Sigma gameplay. Typically, you know, on Kings, I like the Reinhardt versus Reinhardt. It's the classic, I believe, of Overwatch. And we've got an Iari as well as a Baptiste from Missouri State. Cap picking up the mantle of Genji. And then we're going to have Cassidy as well, where we've got the Symmetra Bastion composition for Western Kentucky, allowing for these quick rotations from high to low ground. But now you've got 10 seconds and you have to start cleaning up, or you need to run away as the Sigma gets dangerously low, tries to rock the enemy Sig to prevent any sort of extra health from the grasp. Unfortunately, does not work out. However, Another is able to stay alive, picks up 2, is going to quickly thereafter chase the backline.
Getting the final few staggers. Ilaria is not going to be on that list of the staggers. Western Kentucky has burned off a minute from Missouri State's time bank. Not too often do we see a full hold here on King's Row, but Area said before that it is often a feast or famine type stage, so Western Kentucky continues performing at the level, they could take it.
Fake TP, bashing rounds corner in artillery, in turret form. Almost gets one. They're going to use the wall to force everybody into one angle. They find Iari as well as the Sigma and just take the TP back out.
Amplification matrix ready.
It's another fight all done for Western Kentucky and another 30 seconds burned off the timer. Missouri State has brought out one swap. They're bringing out the Hanzo here to go forward with. See if they can't get a few long-range shots in to get a quick pick onto one of the Hilltopper squishies. The route being taken is going to be through Hotel. They're all bunched up in there. A lot of damage being forced into Gravitic, brought out by Missouri State. Hilltopper is going to push down their own window, but it is not enough as Fat Whale picks up a double. Diddy is trying to even things up, getting rid of Ethud's console, also bringing out the Captive Sun. Missouri State might have just found their first point take. Gravitic brought in response by Western Kentucky, as well as the artillery to push the Bears off the point. And it takes off too, turning around the fight and keeping the Bears from even getting one tick.
We have Javi race in, managing to get the sound barrier off. I don't know if it was entirely necessary, as this is cleanup phase for Western Kentucky. Unfortunately, during the gravitic flux earlier, 13% off of beat can be very detrimental and painful to any Lucio player that has to experience it. However, Western Kentucky hangs on, and we see Missouri is going to swap over to that Hideko, deeming the need of the Suzu to be more important.
Bunch of damage being placed through the choke onto the Bears. Few of them are managed to move past it. Dragons is going to be expended by the Bears. Western Kentucky moves out of the way. Overclock now online for Ethan's. No elimination, but Western Kentucky isn't taking any damage whatsoever in this fight as they reposition. Sigma v Sigma right out there on the front line. Anolska eliminates Caps. Ethan and Courage hurting for help, as Western Kentucky also has to use their immortality field and photon barrier to give themselves some breathing room. And it's enough for Anolska and Javi to pick up one apiece and leave Missouri State with just half a minute and nothing but hopes and dreams.
That last fight, Missouri State did exactly what I was discussing right before this entire map started, which is you claim a space and then you stagnate. They dedicated so much to force back Kentucky, but then Kentucky said, okay, take it, we'll just buy it back and spend our own cooldowns and maybe an ultimate, successfully thwarting any forward movement from Missouri. Kitsune rushes procced, Window as well, Immortality and Suzu both expunged at the same time. It's a free Gravitic Flux if the rock doesn't land. However, on the drop down, we do see that Sigma is going to be eliminated. It's Javi on point versus 3. It's Javi going to the Shadow Realm. Finally, in overtime, Missouri starts claiming this checkpoint. I think because Javi was last to die, there's not going to be an opportunity to retake the 2-tick mark. So we see Western Kentucky starting to pat the high ground and get ready to set up for the next fight.
They'll get the bare minimum 2.5 minutes to make it toward the next checkpoint. Since they used all their ultimates at the same time, they're all very low charge on them. Western Kentucky, on the other hand, has this artillery to use. Might be able to make some interesting scenario if everyone gets bunched up in this arch. But right now it's just some long-range dinks. A good bunch of damage placed onto Courage. He's going to be healed up, however. And here goes the artillery. They're all in the arch. He's going to push them back toward Hotel. They all managed to survive. Immortality field expended to help keep Anatar alive. But Western Kentucky, despite that ultimate, do not manage to pick up anybody, and the pick onto their tank is going to send them reeling back. They'll try to even it up. Inosuka is able to pick up one, but they also lose 2 in response, and Missouri State wins that fight with just Lucio just stalled out. And now Hilltoppers go back.
Going into this next fight, it's going to be beat, Window, maybe Hasa can get Photon Barrier mid-fight range. The Cap with this Dragon's coming up with Courage as well, Graphitic Flux. If those two get comboed, and there's no Immortality coming from King, or King uses Immort too soon, that can be a go button and a fight win for Missouri State. They also will have Window and another Kitsune rush online from Console. Might see it pop here as soon as they try to round the corner. Dragons is first, they TP out, Graphitic Flux in response. Bastion is in the air, takes some pepper damage. Lucio drops the beat. It will only be the Cassidy getting eliminated from Missouri State thus far, but they have to give up a lot of space.
A lot of space and a lot of ultimates being used. Kitsune rush for the Bears. Hilltoppers use Photon Barrier and Window. Asa Diddy and Anatar eaten well tonight in terms of eliminations. 3 gotten for both of them, 3 gotten between them. Western Kentucky having to spend everything. They'll just have the Gravitic for this fight. Deadeye also coming online for the Bears. Will it be a Deadeye to turn things around, or a zoning Deadeye? Gravitic is used first, however, onto all the squishies. Immor Field has to be expended to keep them alive. Now we'll see, with the only ultimate from the Hilltoppers gone, how will the Bears fight back?
There's no Immor, and Bastion has artillery strike. Courage has fallen. Immortality will not be online. It was all according to plan for Western Kentucky. Artillery strike will find 2. King will find the other. With that, no time left on the clock. Just rounding Bookstore. Missouri ends their first round.
Good hold. Not too often we see it end in streets, but this is good news if you're a Hilltoppers fan, because it means Western Kentucky doesn't have to get all the way to the end. More importantly, it means that an overtime will not be a factor. You either make it as far as they do or you don't. I have to say, once that artillery was charged up and used at the very end, that was kind of the last nail in the coffin, because the last thing you want is just to be using your Deadeye sitting there when you hear those sirens blaring.
When you were discussing the only ult online, I was eyeing Bastion for Western Kentucky. I was like, you're very close. You almost have artillery strike. And just the timing between the graphitic flux, I was like, yep, okay, we're not using Bastion to bait out the immortality. We're using graphitic flux. Bastion, you get to be the one to have the glory this time and get the eliminations with your ultimate.
Hilltoppers turn to attack. Already looks like the defenders have positioned up, so we don't get to see any parade out of spawn to tell us what the composition might be. Just have to be patient for a few more seconds, and who wants that in their life? I want it right now.
We're gamers. We need everything to be chronically overstimulating as we're about to hop into the second half on Kings Row. Western Kentucky has to get the objective, and then a little bit further past Bookstore. Looks like we've got Genji Bastion from Missouri with the Iari again from Fat Whale, whereas Western Kentucky has been sticking with this Sigma Sim Bastion teleporter comp. Worked well thus far. They've claimed the high ground. It looks like there's an attempt to maintain the space for Missouri right now, as opposed to flipping the point and just rotating. And capitalizing on the stagnation is going to be Western Kentucky's front line. Their Sigma already in.
And Olska eliminates the immortality field and quickly picks up one for himself. Cap is trying to even things up. Hasadidi gets a pick. It's answered back by Ethuds. Both DPSs for both teams doing their work, but Missouri State is so low on health, it's just cleanup for Javi. Gets a double, and Western Kentucky gets the point and is going to have so much time to get to this final parking spot.
Hasa was all the way down Archway at Bookstore. I don't know if Car Wash was getting set up. I did see an elimination over there, so assuming there was a chase play happening. But my goodness, I honestly thought, Sin, you were gone. But as I'm saying that, I cast or curse you, and you are now in the Shadow Realm. Pushing forward now is Missouri up one. Can they find a secondary elimination? Bastion turret form already used, as well as Sigma Hand. Now that's an opportunity for Western Kentucky to claim this space back.
We have the full payload push speed at 3, and when you're in this archway, there's really not too much of another option. He's going to be able to push through. Hasadidi gets the first pick onto Ethuds. Fat Whale is going to use their Captive Sun. It gets 3 and completely destroys the Hilltoppers' hopes of getting much farther. Their Sig is still alive. The question is for how long. He's at half health. He does use his ability to get all of his shields back, all of his health back.
Graphitic Flux in response. It is just Sigma here. Console Shell went down as well for Missouri. Genji backing off towards Bookstore. Sigma quickly there in tow. It's now a chase play. Overstaying your welcome at the archway when you're down so many people. Yes, you could spend an ult, but that only basically has you at 3 people for the instant of using Graphitic Flux.
We hear the sirens blaring for artillery and the payload rounding the last corner before the Hilltoppers can pick up a victory. Now one's going to be used in response by the Bears to push them off of the point. It gets the immortality field, and that BAP is gone, but Inoska still survives. It's going to trade it for another support. Hasadidi on fire, getting rid of Fat Whale. Inoska gets their tank, and that's the end of it. Hilltoppers pick up Kings Row.
Okay, so now we move on to... Should I even say Flashpoint, or should I just say we move on to Cervasa? And I was going to mention this. I thought that Iari Captive Sun was going to be playing the game. It was. That was an instant triple kill. It was gorgeous.
It looked like it might turn things around, but it was just one team regroup, and the Hilltoppers had a great time. Now, yeah, I gotta say, I'm following your logic here on just, accepting Cervasa, because, I mean, we've started out on Lijiang and Kings Row. Is there any more of a statement that we should not be getting creative here?
No, there's no creativity. I mean, I'm accepting fate. I'm not even going to attempt to bet on something else here. We're most likely going to see Servasa. However, week 1, if you think back, we did actually go, I believe it was Lijiang, Kings Row, and then New Junk City, because like Flashpoint was so new, no one really knew what they were working with. It was kind of like throwing a novice cook into a 5-star kitchen. And so with that in mind, we saw New Junk. Everybody likes the theme of New Junk, especially people are like, oh, I got to run JQ on this map. It is her map. But as I'm discussing that, of course, we're going to stick with what is tried and true, and that is we're going to Servasa.
The trio of complacency.
Cool.
Lijiang, Kings Row, and Servasta. Though as much as of a hard time we give these stages for seeing them so many times, I do like Servasta. I do like. It's a nice setting, has a lot of cool features in it.
I also think it's very pretty. However, it is bordering the line of being very sepia toned, but we have some turquoise thrown in there. I don't know why. It seems like a lot of the map designers enjoy sepia, i.e. we've got Dorado, we've got Route 66 that are all tan, and you could even consider Nepal being very tan as well. So at least this one's more colorful because Junkertown, New Junk City, tan.
Listen, if you talk to people in our age group, we lived through the period of gaming where everything was different gradients of gray and brown. So we like a little bit of color in our lives. You know, early 2000s, every main game, you know.
Why did you have to just do that to us, man? Yeah, we're old. Okay, yes, we like the colors. I like neon lights, but we're going to go to Servasa. It's a bit more colorful than New Junk City. Let's see what colorful compositions these teams can pull out. It is the last and final opportunity for them to show us what they got before Western Kentucky University walks away in a 3-0 sweep. Not a perfect one, but it's been, other than the one map that they dropped on Lijiang Tower, they've been a very dominant force thus far.
Here we get a general overview of all the flashpoints on Servasta, and you'll very quickly see the reason why so many prefer this is because there's a lot more enclosed spaces to fight in. In fact, you can kind of think of Palace especially as, you know, the flashpoint is technically around the fountain, but we see so many people going in the hallways to the sides to claim that high ground. And boy, is it a tight squeeze in there if all 5 players from each team are fighting.
It's not just, like, there is a lot of buildings on New Junk as well. However, the ability to use them isn't as prominent as it is in Servasa, where there's just a lot more natural cover. There's more barriers between you and the enemy team, and you and the enemy team spawn if you chase a kill down. So as we hop into Flashpoint, which could very well be our last map for these 2 teams of the day, I'm interested to see what comps we roll out on. I think I heard an Iari as well as a Sojourn coming out from one side. I heard the shift for Iari and then Sojourn shooting. So most likely we can guarantee those 2 are going to be coming out from one side.
Initial flashpoint market.
First flashpoint, always market, and a Lucia race from both teams to get there.
We have Jotes from Missouri State. This makes my monkey brain happy. Western Kentucky sticking with their bread and butter. Let's see if the sustainability that comes out from Missouri State can be their key to success. Unfortunately, they will lose Cap, their main damage dealer. Javi goes down for Western Kentucky. That can be more of a death sentence than losing a DPS.
Moving in, throws the knife to try to pick up the back line. That Sig has turned around beforehand, though. Courage is just going to go ham. Gets a double, and the Bastion is up next. Once they managed to find a way past the tank, it was easy pickings.
I love what Courage did, waiting out for the rock and then using shouts, circumventing the Sigma's presence and saying, okay, you want to stand there, I'll let you have that spot, but I'm going to walk around you because you are just one person, then your entire backline is easy pickings. And we don't have any swaps just yet from Western Kentucky. They believe this is their comp and it's going to work. We're coming up on artillery strike for Western Kentucky, and then leading a bolt charge for the side of Missouri State is going to be that rampage from Courage.
Knife thrown out to start things. A little bit of a loose chain for Western Kentucky. They're going to bring out the teleporter to get up on the high ground for Market, but the Bastion can't follow them, and the Junker Queen is hungry for more. They're all a bit low on health. They have to move back to heal, and now 3 of them are going to get hit with the anti from the Rampage. And, oh, I thought that map was gone for sure. King Nation just holding on, as well as Anolska to get rid of Courage. And now that this Junker Queen is gone, Western Kentucky sees a green light.
Fat Whale chose to drop the beat, even though Sigma for Western Kentucky has Graphitic Flux online. They'll have to rely on Immortality. Well, Suzu from Console Shell in order to sustain through it. Point control has gone over to Western Kentucky, 99% in favor of Missouri State. And Missouri's walking in with their DPS ults online. They take their time, like Genji. Build said ult charge just a little bit before they try and claim this area. But the wall, beat, Gravitic Flux, all online for Western Kentucky. It's going to be a hard fight and is last fight to gain control of this first objective.
Do or die currently waiting for the Gravitic. Gets a whole bunch and picks off one in mid-air. The rest slam into the ground. Anolska picks up a double, and that is a quick, easy, and clean team wipe.
Sometimes when you are that Lucio player, I understand you want to coin your Lucio beat to help your team sustain through a fight, but really having it for the big ultimates, the Graviton Surge, a Nano Blade, Graphitic Flux is very important. There are very few teams that are capable of having a plan B of not having beat for those major ultimates when they come online. So sometimes it's just better to wait, play the waiting game. You never hit beat, they never hit Graphitic Flux, so be it.
Here we go. That high ground I was talking about at the beginning, the Bears are going to be claiming. Western Kentucky on the flashpoint itself, and Missouri State goes charging in. Courage takes out Anatar. There's just the squishies left, but they are not going to go down without a fight. Jobby picks off Cap. Ethad's bringing out the blade. Beat expended by Western Kentucky. It's going to help them to fight back. Courage and Ethad's both bite the dust, so that does help them get the flashpoint overall, but now it's a question of what Artie brought up. Will they be able to charge that beat up again before a huge ultimate comes through?
Artillery Strike is going to be online for Western Kentucky. Most likely just either going to force out Shout, maybe Suzu from Missouri State. Tracer will have recall. Soldier can just run. Kiriko can swift step. And Tank can quite literally tank that ultimate unless all three manage to hit them. So walking into the tiny corridor, not the best idea. Suzu's going to be forced. Fat Whale goes down as we're trailing behind the rest of this team. Without Lucio's speed, compositions sometimes fall apart, but you can rely on JQ Shout and movability. However, Soldier 76 falls. JQ is going to get Suzu used on him again, and she goes down. Now it's just Kiriko who needs to turn around and find a swift step target, but before that can happen, Console Shell is sent back to spawn.
One ultimate spent, and Western Kentucky maintains control of the point. They gotta be using that Lucio speed boost to get back to this flashpoint because it's gonna charge up so quickly. They don't even manage to get back, and now we're just down to one more for Western Kentucky.
Next, flashpoint, Temple.
Moving over into Temple. Jacob's favorite, my favorite as well. Rampage, Kitsune Rush, beat all online for Missouri. Another Graphitic Flux. I really want to see a Graphitic Flux that is just completely thwarted using a sound barrier at least once this game, because it seems as though sound barriers have just been timed in fights that it didn't work out in the beating Lucio's favor. Kitsune Rush and Rampage can be very deadly in themselves, so we'll have to wait and see how Western Kentucky responds unless they manage to rock JQ in her ultimate, but Rock is already used. They're all on the high ground, so it's not like they can use Rampage right now if you're Missouri State. However, pulling down the Sigma can start to force people to change their elevation and come down to help out.
Talking about a change in elevation, there goes the Gravitics,
yes!
and the beat is used to negate it. Now Rampage brought out, and then the ante is going to hit Hasa and Olska. The other DPS is already gone. Anatar soon next. Uses his ability to stay in there as Javi gets a boop. That's what I like to see on Temple. Onto Ethads. But is it enough to turn around the whole team fight? You still have Courage going insane on the point, taking out Hasa Diddy. Missouri State past 50% and into the drink. Another one goes.
Two sent themselves down into the river surrounding Temple. We are at 70% and counting. Little less than, I think it's 12 seconds technically that's going to take to cap that remaining 30% for Missouri State. They have Pulse Bomb online. If this Pulse can land on someone before BAP Immortality can come out, it could be absolutely huge. Or that BAP Immor is forced due to Pulse Bomb, and then it's all-out brawl for Missouri State and easy pickings. Western Kentucky will TP straight onto the point to prevent it from fully capping for Missouri State. We have Shout used theirs, Wall, Kiriko, and JQ both choosing to just walk away, come back as King Nation's gonna go down. That is rough from Missouri State. They do have beat, but they lose Bastion shortly thereafter.
Western Kentucky might just have to give this one up and move to the next one as 3 eliminations ends their push. It's technically overtime, but that timer is very quick in counting down, so we'll move on to the next flashpoint. We'll hear the bell, which is always a nice touch.
We're moving over towards Gardens, Beat, Graphitic Flux, and Artillery Strike all online. Western Kentucky can end a early fight using those. Missouri State, Rampage, Kitsune Rush, Visor, Beat online very soon. Comes down to who's gonna ult first. Rock is used. There's Visor coming from Missouri State. Beat in response. Soldier gets dangerously low. Rampage is going to be used to counter the other tankle. Lift also used. King Nation goes down for Western Kentucky. Bastion's also eliminated. Looks like Missouri State, even though going down there, Soldier 76 might be victorious. Fat Whale uses Beat, and that should be just enough for Missouri to cap this point.
Oh, at the very end there, did I see Fat Whale expend his beat, however?
Yes, these two Lucios have been using their beat in already won fights.
That could be very crucial a little bit later on, and the Western Kentucky does indeed have their artillery, which are going to be starting this fight out on. But Missouri State has a lot of movement. They can just walk off, or instead just place a pulse bomb right onto Anolska. Ethan's also gets a pick onto Javi. King Nation is next, and off into the water the Sigma goes. Another team reset.
Okay, so yes, Fat Whale used Beat last fight, but there wasn't really an ult online for Western Kentucky on their next engage that was too scary. Bastion ultimate, if not used to try to get out Immortality, maybe a Suzu, but everyone for Missouri has so much movement that it's difficult to find a lot of value. So instead, they were just responding with Cap with the Pulse Bomb. Completely fine. Neo Lucio's gonna have Beat, Gravitic Flux won't be online, Rampage won't be online. However, Window Wall, very powerful when comboed together.
Next fight, Hasadidi starts things off good for the Hilltoppers. Courage evens it up 4 apiece. Hilltoppers moving in. This is the last flashpoint, last chance for the Hilltoppers to sweep this. Missouri State is going in fast, however, charging down everyone from the Hilltoppers. They pick off King Nation. Boo, that's Symmetra! Didn't know what hit her. Oh my goodness, that was brutal.
Got bullied into a corner. Fat Whale amping the speed, allowing JQ to get into the front line. Axe used. Hands also used by Sigma. Sigma has Graphitic Flux. Fat Whale is only 66% on this beat. Needs to find a lot of healing and damage in order to be able to circumvent the Graphitic Flux for his team. Javi's going to go down for Western Kentucky. We see Photon Barrier pop in response. The hope is they're going to be able to find the opportunity to cap this point. And okay, I thought I heard a beat even though fight was well going in. Western Kentucky, all gone. Missouri State, capping, 20% and counting.
Western Kentucky only having one ultimate. That's been a recurring pattern for a lot of their fights, as they've only been going in with one ult to use. Right now, Missouri State doesn't have any. The speed is going to be charging up soon for that Gravitic, so they will have a play around right about now. There goes the Gravitic. Beat is used. Now what are you going to do, Hilltoppers? You need this flashpoint to win the game. The rock hits Courage. There's plenty of health to keep on going.
Artillery Strike, exactly what happened on King's Row, is online and ready. However, Bastion's way too close to the front line and is going to be pummeled. Send back to spawn, window use, beat use to try and sustain, because this is end all be all. 8 seconds remaining for Missouri State to cap this and win. Flashpoint, send us into another game. TP on to point from Western Kentucky. Artillery Strike is going to be used to try and pick up somebody or just zone the point to allow the team to gain space and get breathing room. Finally, we see Missouri State having to give up their grip. Western Kentucky starting to claim this last flashpoint.
They have to be perfect from here on out. And a lot of these ultimates are so staggered in their charges. Rampage coming online for the Bears, and nothing else after that. Maybe a beat if Lucio sticks around long enough for this fight, possibly the next. Western Kentucky is going to have to get through this Rampage, and we'll see how many get hit with the ante.
Console Shell has been successfully getting Kitsune Rush quite frequently and fast, so theoretically we could see a Kitsune Rush this fight if they could sustain long enough. However, you already talked about it, Western Kentucky, they're going to have Wall, they take down Cap, they're also going to have another Graphitic Flux with no beats. They have to rely on Console Shell. Fat Whale, though, 80% and counting on beats. Photon barriers used, Bastion will pick up one, Courage is down, Hasa found Fat Whale, King goes down, Console Shell goes down. This should be, yes, points is flipped over to Western Kentucky. And again, about 12 seconds left before this is going to be the end of Flashpoint.
Now, this is a good news, bad news thing for the Hilltoppers in terms of ultimates that probably, yeah, with that Tracer getting the touch on, though, has to go in, and that's going to put a stagger and a one-person disadvantage for the Hilltoppers. Good news is they've got this Gravitic. Bad news is Fat Whale, oh, I thought he would have the beat in time, but it's a split second too late. And Western Kentucky Hilltoppers, by a nanosecond, managed to win and sweep this 3-0.
Not perfect. It seems as though Control, they falter a little bit here and there, but do manage to get things railed in and back in their favor. And we can take a look at a Natter on this Sigma getting play of the game. Yeah, this is the final ult that was popped.
See that beat pop right 1 second after they hit the ground.
So painful.
Well, this match, which Western Kentucky just won, congratulations to Western Kentucky, is hardly the only one we have got going on here at NACE Star League. We have still got so much in terms of decider games. Like we said, this is the final day of regular season, so there's a lot of decider games going on right behind us and all the other matches to see who gets those tickets to playoffs.
I wanted to do this for a really long time.
And you know what? The camera lined up just perfectly to what you were showcasing, because I see someone chose New Junk City for one of the stages as well.
Sepia toned. Look at all the orange. This is why this map bores me.
Of course, Servasa doesn't have too many legs to stand on in that
No, but
regard
at
as
least
well.
I get turquoise.
That is true. Just a little bit of turquoise thrown in. Well, that's going to do it for our first game. But of course, we have post-game discussion interviews, so you're going to want to stick around throughout the break. And we also want to take this time to thank our sponsors at NACE Star League that help bring all of this esports action to you right there at home. Lots of different sponsors, including one of our main ones, which is Truth, nation's largest nonprofit health organization. But we will get dedicated to a future where tobacco and nicotine addiction are a thing of the past. You can go to breathstressair.com to find out the effects of vaping on mental health. And we also have Odyssey Elixir, Mushroom Odyssey Elixir, one of the newest members of the NACE esports family. Mushroom Odyssey Elixir, it's your journey. So that does it for our first match. That one's all done and dusted in the books. But of course, post-game content, don't go away during the breaks. We just might be back with an interview. But we'll take a short few-minute break before we get to all of the exciting content we still have left for you tonight. Don't go away. Is just needed for his general movement abilities, but lots of places where that boop can come into play. Here we go. Western Kentucky versus Missouri State. Hilltoppers, he gets eliminated.
Echo comes in, copies Sigma.
Oh! Welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. I teased you saying we just might have an interview, and indeed we do. This is KhazixmayJump from the Hilltoppers, who just won their match against Missouri Bears. And we want to thank you for joining us here in the studio. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
Well, we're doing great. We have a bunch of questions to ask you about the game we just saw. You barely pulled off the win on Servasta. It was looking close, like the Bears might stage a comeback. So talk us through what happened on Servasta, taking the first 2 flashpoints, but then struggling after that.
Well, I feel like for our first initial push for Servasta, I feel like that was just a repetitive thing with 2 last pushes. I guess us figuring out like we did for the first push to capture the first point and the second one as well was really key for helping us get that win.
So Servasta wasn't the only map that your team hiccuped a little bit on. There was some problems on Lijiang, especially when we were on Night Market. Can you kind of talk us through how you guys fixed that situation when we went on to Control Center and onto Gardens?
Well, for me personally, as a Symmetra player, I feel like just the surrounding of it being more inside for Control Center was more better for my play style, and I felt that really helped, and my team coordinated with that well as they worked around me during that.
So you end the season at 4-3 overall. What are you going to be focusing on in particular in the next few weeks as we move toward LCQ territory?
Well, me personally, I know I'm going to work on the Symmetra because my name right now, I'm trying to be the best Symmetra in this NACE tournament. So we keep working together, and my team keep working hard. I know we can get there to a win.
Well, that certainly raised some eyebrows over here with Artie next to me. We wish you the best of luck in that endeavor. Hopefully you can claim that title.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for joining us. Thank you, Hasa, for joining us, and thank you to the Hilltoppers for giving us such an exciting game. 3-0 sweep, but that is not the only NACE Star League match that we have here, because we have got to get to 3 more, and all of them, like I said at the beginning, are super competitive. Seriously, do not miss these next matches, because they will decide teams' entire fate in terms of playoffs. We'll be right back after this break. Is just needed for his general movement abilities, but lots of places where that boop can come into play. Here we go. Western Kentucky versus Missouri State. Hilltoppers, he gets eliminated.
Echo comes in, copies Sigma.
Oh, nice punch.
Immediately gets melted down again by the Car Wash team. Sigma is unhurt, playing the front line.
That right immediately. Moving in with the blade, looking for more. But there is a beat to counter it. But hey, you can just push him off the edge as Hasa learns. That's going to be more Hilltoppers sent back to spawn right now. This Lucio is trying to give the Genji a taste of his own medicine, but he's going to deflect the last zoning Deadeye. Gravitic is used first, however, onto all the squishies. Immorfield has to be expended to keep them alive. And now we'll see, with the only ultimate from the Hilltoppers gone, how will the Bears fight back?
There's no Immor, and Bastion has artillery strike. Courage has fallen. Immortality will not be online. It was all according to plan for
There's really not too much of another option. Going to be able to push through. Hasadity gets the first pick onto Ethids. Bat Whale is going to use their captive son. It gets 3 and completely destroys the Hilltoppers. Bad news thing for the Hilltoppers in terms of ultimates, that probably, yeah, with that Tracer getting the touch on, though, has to go in, and that's going to put a stagger and one-person disadvantage for the Hilltoppers. Good news is they've got this Gravitic. Bad news is that Whale, oh, I thought he would have the beat in time, but
just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I think I need to confess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Welcome back to the Star League studio. We move on to our second Overwatch game of the day, and we've got UTD versus Oklahoma Christian. And this is the start of what I was saying are the very competitive matches. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Colin Majunkin. Colin, tell us why this is such an important match we're about to see.
Well, you know, these two teams that we're about to see right now are competing for a spot that is going to determine whether or not they can move on. And there's a bit of a factor that's not in today's game right here, which is the one that I'm really focused on simply because we know the outcome of this game. We're going to see it. But Blinn being that unknown factor of who they're playing and how that matchup ends up going can really blindside what other team ends up pulling ahead here.
So those of you who don't know, we're in the West Central 2 division, and that means that we have UTD, who is #1, completely undefeated, and I mean undefeated in the most perfect terms. They haven't lost a single game in every match, going up against Oklahoma Christian, which is tied for second with Blinn. And as we know, it's only the top 2 teams that move on to playoff. Everyone else has to rely on LCQs. So if Oklahoma Christian wants to, I would say, guarantee a spot in playoffs outside of LCQ, they have to take down the toughest team in their division, the Comets. So it should be a real barn burner here because there's a lot of stakes in the game. And then after that, we'll have Kennesaw State going up against Kentucky and Boise State versus Mizzou. And just a hint, the same stakes for this game apply to the other 2 as well, because that's just how competitive all of these divisions are. Let's take a look at the individual teams that will be competing. Oklahoma Christian will have Dorothy, Vanilla, Zealous, Chilled, and Knight Slash.
On the side of UT Dallas, we got Doi, Marlid, Kashir, Petal, and Pug, I believe.
Puggo.
Puggo. That looks, yeah, it's a no.
It's a no. If you're just joining us and haven't been watching all season, sometimes this text can trip us up a bit. Sometimes letters can look like other letters. But no, that is, in fact, an O. And UT Dallas, very familiar with one of the other teams competing tonight. Boise State's going to be the final game. Those 2 are one of the most common scrim partners for each other. And if you were watching last year for the last year's fall season, they were the 2 finalists. If you're looking at the champions from the last academic year, Boise State won fall, Maryville won spring. So we'll see one of the champions looking to reclaim their title as far as the fall season is concerned. And if you've been looking behind us, you've also been seeing so many other matches that have been going on. We don't have it on right now, of course, because we've got to talk about this stage. However, we have not seen this control stage at all.
Wow.
If my eyes don't deceive me, we are going to Busan for the first time this season. It took all until the end of the regular season, but I'm glad we're seeing it nonetheless.
Which I really like that mentality of a team that goes in of let's practice something that not a lot of teams are familiar with, not a lot of teams are comfortable with in a very competitive setting like this, where, as we sort of said at the stage before, whether they go to playoffs or not, this game really relies on that. So both these teams are really heading out of it, and I'm wondering whose map pick this was, because I like the choice. You're trying to set the other team off a step. You're trying to catch them out of sync, and I love this map choice.
Remember what Artie said at the very beginning of this broadcast. It's choose your destiny. And this is Oklahoma Christian's, it's their choice to choose what happens during this match, because they're going up against Blinn. If Blinn wins this game, they're easily in second. If Oklahoma Christian wins their game, they're tied for first with Dallas. And then Blinn would have to win their game to make it a 3-way tie, and then I don't know what would go from there.
I don't know where that goes.
But I mean, it is all in the Eagles' court right now. They have to beat the Comets here if they want to avoid LCQ playoff.
And adding on to that choose your own destiny part of it, it just really is that you have to decide if you are going to be that team and those players that are going to win that matchup. Like, this is the time, this is the now that it's important. You can't really consider yourself getting into playoffs and start even thinking about it unless you actually win these series and find yourselves in it. Because like you said, if worst comes to worst, one of these teams gets dropped to 3rd place and they don't find themselves in playoffs.
Oh, Busan, it has been a while since we have seen you, and I am glad to be making a return. I do hope that we, if there was one stage for me personally that I'm hoping we see out, because sometimes it's just a 2-0 sweep and we don't see the 3rd, I do hope mech base is brought into the mix. It's just such a departure from the other stages we see here in Shrine. Wide open point, tons of room to work around. A mech base, it has got very tight choke points, very small hallways, and I love seeing chaos be brought out into hallways.
Yeah, just right here, even on this point right here, having that low ground of having to take point and fight on low ground where it's pretty much considerably, there's quite a few off angles on the high ground right here that you can sit, you can take, and you can be quite a disaster to. And, you know, we're going to see teams be smart about where they fight, specifically on this map point right here, and where they want to take fights. Honestly, all around Busan, you really have to be smart about where you take that. And we're starting off strong.
So for a stage that we haven't seen too much, the question remains of what do these teams want to run on this not picked stage? We're going to see the JQ be brought out, as well as a Kariko and Lucio in tow as far as supports go for UT Dallas. And for Oklahoma Christian, they're bringing out the Battle Cattle. Now, we usually see this first fight take place up here. Teams to win before they go to the low ground. Discord mod moving up, getting a bit of high ground up above the wall here. Oklahoma Christian still not falling. Nice javelin hit by Night Slash.
Alrighty, there goes that wheels right there. That's the cooldown gone. Night Slash could get the pick on Discord mod. They are going to. Although each side is going to lose one and lose a second, Oklahoma Christian is going to, and they are effectively going to have to back off a bit here, respectively. UT Dallas is going to be the first to claim the point here, and Petal is taking quite the aggressive approach here. Gonna S-key a little bit out of it. The situation is a little bit bad here, and Overclock is going to be available. This fight could get a pick. A very low Baptiste. Overclock gets committed. Ooh. That's 2. Could be looking for a 3rd. Not able to quite hit the shot. I have seen that strategy.
It's still a win for UT Dallas, but Artie would definitely be pulling out that red marker right now to put that minus on it.
I've seen that strategy where with high-level players, you can end up almost going in almost in Valorant if you know the pop and swing type thing, where these players get so conscious in predicting where you're going, you almost become unpredictable.
Nice deflect by Kashir, but the other Genji is right behind him on the flank. He did not see that one coming. Nightslash now moving down toward the point to claim it for the Eagles. It's a successful take from them. Kashir just caught completely off guard by the other Genji.
Nightslash getting kind of low here. Gonna pull out the spear spin. Gonna recover a bit of that health. Looking to get the stagger on the carry. Not able to quite do it though. Now trying to cause chaos at a choke point. There goes out Rush. They're gonna be able to quite easily push past this. Beat as well as charge was committed. And it's gonna pay off for him. But at what cost?
Well, not really. Well, the Lucio's going to be the cost for UT Dallas. Vanilla still managed to take him out. But UT Dallas has been pretty reliably getting team wipes. They've only been losing 1 to the field. Petal gets hit with a bit of chip damage to start out with. But yeah, and look at this. I love UT Dallas making this space for themselves, but Oklahoma Christian took the one hallway that they were not expecting. The good news for UT Dallas in this positioning is that they still have high ground to fight on. Vanilla moves in with the blade, going after the Lucio, slices and dices him, moving in to find another target. Is JQ gonna be next? She is. But while we saw that blade, UT Dallas was getting picks of their own against the Eagles. So it is pretty even, all things considered. All ultimates expended, and Petal doing work, taking out Vanilla. Nightslash is next. UT Dallas will get the point back.
Talked about it in that map fly-through of where when you take that fight on the low ground, even though they get 2 pretty good opening picks with the ultimates they commit, Blade and Rush, when your DPS is sitting on high ground with supports, it's going to be hard to contest them. And as we're nearing 95% here, a touch has got to be made by Oklahoma Christian, and as just one after another, they're going to get the touch as well as the point cap, but that doesn't really matter much to UT Dallas. They've got the time, plus the ultimates to burn. They're gonna go ahead and do that, take back the point, kill the overtime, and they take the first map of Busan.
I would not be surprised if Petal gets play of the game here. Remember, Busan is a stage that was introduced back in Overwatch 1 when we didn't have to worry about a Sojourn. But these hallways, considering all that damage that Sojourn could throw out as well as her abilities, one we're seeing right here on screen actually, I mean that basically clogs up all of the routes that you could take. If she throws that out while you're walking through a hallway like this, you better be getting out of that sphere as fast as you can, maybe reversing, because that's your only option.
We're probably going to see Petal on the Sojourn again on this map right here on Shrine, simply because of the longer sight lines that you sort of have while still being able to retreat and cover when you need it.
No,
actually,
well,
wow.
you had the right line of thought. You said long sight lines, and a Widow sure can take advantage of those. And we do see an Ana also being brought out by UT Dallas. So a bit of a change here. UT Dallas showing they're comfortable on a lot of different comps. A bit of fighting off to the side while the control point unlocks in just 1 second. It is unlocked now. Petal looking for an off angle. We do enjoy seeing a sniper's eye view. And because we just missed the pick, Petal got onto Chilled. Yeah, doing good work as the Widow. You always want to make sure you can make each fight an unfair one, making the other team be one person down, and there's another one onto Zealous. Petal came here to play.
That was just the slow burn type effect that they went on of, okay, we can take this fight here. We're going to slowly push you into, oh, what is that? A sniper's line of sight. They ended up paying for it. Petal getting
Oh, nice
targeted.
javelin.
Doesn't have grappling to get out. Does have the support. Will be able to heal back up now. Look at the Lucio. Is going to land a shot. But the damage drop off and not hitting the headshot was the reason why the Lucio is still able to get through. And now they're getting pretty close to a Texas Bondor challenge. They're going to wise up and take a bit of a step back.
I would hazard a guess that this was UT Dallas's choice in terms of stage because they're changing up comps with every single map that comes out, showing that they can perform well on them and really dictating the course of play of each fight. Now, this could be the exception because Zealous got the first pick onto Petal. The Eagles have really been focusing down this Widow, giving her respect. Sheer gets the nano boost and the blade combo. Nano blade out, gets rid of Chilled. Night Slash is next, manages to heal up, however, and punches the nano bladed Genji out of the air. But look who's back, it's Petal. Still managed to get a pick onto Lucio. The point has not gone over to Oklahoma Christian. And UT Dallas continues moving their score up.
Even though they get a support, even though they get the DPS, and then get an ult in Genji, it's just simply not enough. Now Petal has a lot of control over this zone that is around and in sight.
Captive Sun to start things off, as well as infrared sights. Captive Sun gets Zealous. NSL trying to make their way onto the point, uses Terra Surge, but only takes out a pylon. This one puny little pylon.
And a pylon can pump out the healing if you leave it unchecked. So unnecessarily didn't bring a whole lot of value. Now hunting down supports. There goes down one. The spear gets committed. Now pushed into quite literally a corner. Oklahoma Christian's going to cap the point just before UT Dallas was at that 100%.
And UT Dallas wants to control the airspace right now. Wow. You've got a Pharah and an Echo, which I like the choice because there's a Genji and a Tracer. Yep. I mean, Tracer, she can't get close enough range to do serious damage. And I love the choice here of team comp from UT Dallas.
Different ways of how to get that damage off. But inevitably, they both have a pretty big strength against these two DPS, and that is being kind of untouchable to both of them. Yep, and there it goes down 2 eliminations, looking for a third. There it goes. Both Petal and Kashir are going to have a part to play. And UT Dallas are going to get back the point, and now, sort of similar to what was Oklahoma Christian's first point, sort of last stand, is replicated this time around as well.
Well, a big point that we were harping on for the first stage was being able to swap comps quickly. And I mean, UTD, exactly when they saw, hey, there's no one to contest us in there, they went Echo and Pharah at the soonest possible opportunity. As we get back here into the studio, though, you can see all of these off-screen matches that have taken place behind us, and we can give you a little bit of info on how each of the games in those matches went on. Edgewood, we started off. We want to let you know that Ashland won their match, however, 3-0. St. Clair in the upper right won theirs 3-0. Southern Miss, lower right, 3-0. A lot of 3-0 sweeps, and that's just evidenced by the fact that St. Clair is one of the toughest teams in the NACE Star League, and they were on to playing leagues way before a lot of the other players. And hey, here's a trip down memory lane. We were talking about UT Dallas and Boise, two teams competing tonight that had a history with each other. Here they were at the fall finals for the NACE Star League. Boise State ended up winning that, but I'm sure the Comets would love to roar back to the finals this year and show that they truly belong as the champions. And we also said a little bit about pick your destiny. It's not just in the fact that Oklahoma Christian has to, win this to be in the running to avoid LCQ, but UT Dallas also has had an absolutely perfect season, not dropped one single game. So if they can end this with a 7-0 record and not losing a single game in that, not dropping one, every single game a 3-0 sweep, I have to say even a grader like Artie would have to give an A+ to that because there are literally no faults in that season.
100%, and they're probably looking to do that, and they're simply 2 more points away from doing that and closing out the final of their series and pushing to a perfect season. So it's definitely a bit of a contention. The side of Oklahoma Christian is going to be able to choose.
And
they are going to make the choice
this
for Kings Row, though.
This just proves to me that I think it was UT Dallas's choice for Busan because when Oklahoma Christian has the choice, and hey, there's nothing wrong with choosing a stage that you've competed on.
And the way I look at it too is, you know, they're on the ropes. Life's on the line right now, so why not go back to a bit of the tried and true?
But it's a double-edged sword because it's a stage that your team has practiced on endlessly, but if you're going up against the #1 team in your division, they will have nailed Kings Row down pat as well. So it really comes down to you know, who's going to be better in terms of overall skill, and UTD is going to be able to choose sides since it is Oklahoma Christian's map choice. Most likely, I have to hazard a guess, it will be defense, since that's just the standard way these things work out.
Yeah, as you sort of pick, when you pick that defensive side, you get to control sort of what is that win condition a little bit of. If you manage to hold them all the way to first point, then you know going on attack that you just have to get 1 tick. But if they manage to push you on a 3, then you know, hey, we have to go out swinging here, and we really have to push all the way to get 3. You're sort of setting the pace yourself as long as you don't get rolled.
Now, it hasn't been too many times that it's gone all the way to a Game 5, but the times it has, teams have chosen Circuit Royale. And the reason that it causes so much anguish to us casters here is we know how that stage is probably going to go based on the history. You always look at the history on how teams have performed on certain stages to kind of guess how this goes. And we do have a bit of history for this stage. UTD fought on Kings Row in week 2. It was a full hold 2-0. They didn't even let the payload come out. So I gotta say, Oklahoma Christian has their work cut out for them because UTD has shown that they know how to play Kings Row.
And that's the dangerous point. That's the gamble Oklahoma Christian is doing right now. Is by choosing this, they are saying we have to be better than the team that was last time on broadcast full holding their opponents. But now it's enough talk, and now it's all up to action here. Get into the game. Enough speculation.
UT Dallas going with the classic wall and maul composition. Oklahoma Christian also going for the Rhine, but opting not to use the May. Rotation now going to come out through Hotel. Moving in, the wall goes up, the Rhine's all by himself. Immortality Field has to be spent to keep the Rhine alive, and Discord mod with a quad! Oh my goodness, this Rhine is here to do some damage.
It wasn't even the Rhine they got the first pick on. It was a DPS, then it was BAP. They got Sojourn and then BAP, and the Rhine was the last to fall there. They really just knew exactly what to do in the situation that they found themselves in.
I mean, hey, you're in a very enclosed room.
Yeah.
Let Ryan swing his hammer back and forth. That thing's going to have perfect accuracy. Another wall placed up. Immortality Field has to be spawned. But in goes the rest of the team. Petal gets the first pick onto Night Slash. The Squishies are moving up the stairs. They can't even get away because of the blizzard. And another team wiped by UT Dallas.
The entire time Petal was just right-clicking. The entire time. I don't think I saw Petal once besides right now not fan the hammer there.
Now this is the time that I would probably want to see some sort of swap be brought out because Oklahoma Christian is just, I would say running into a brick wall, but with May out, it's running into an ice wall every single time. And there it goes to get the Rhine. It's going to be blocked down pretty fast. But UT Dallas is just more than happy to fight the same comp over and over again. They do manage to make their way in with the Tree of Life, also spending the Immortality Field, but they are split up. A couple of them are still back towards spawn, and the ones on point are easy for Discord Mod to pick off. Captive Sun also being expended, getting rid of Darth. Back to start, the Eagles go.
Okay, hold on. We got support showing out. That's all I had to say. But nevertheless, UT Dallas showing why they were a team that last time I broadcast, they 2-0'd. They 2-0'd this point. They full held it. They did not let the objective get out of its holding. They're coordinating these walls really well.
That was almost pulled. Look at that! The 2 flame strikes going out, and oh, Petal caught out by the Bastion. But a Blizzard is placed down to make Oklahoma Christian freeze right in their tracks. And more, artillery available for Vanilla. The wall goes up, and there's a Life Weaver. He has to get out of line of sight from that Bastion.
That's dangerous for them. Arch block already used up, plus the window. Are they aware there's somebody in the back here? They are now. Yeah, they're going for the dive a little bit. They are now going. Actually, there's going to be a contest by Discord mod. The wheels goes out, going to be able to burn.
Oh!
The solo, but the immortality goes out. The pull from Life Weaver was there, able to save Discord mod. The support's down. Second support's down. Petal's going to be able to get one, though, get traded out. And this is Oklahoma Christian officially going to be able to capture the point. They only have 30 seconds remaining.
But I also have to wonder if that might have been a little bit of a bait, too, from UC Dallas, because they got a lot of ultimates spent by Oklahoma Christian. The only thing left is this Shatter. And Night Slash, how well will he use that Shatter? Oklahoma Christian not going to get much time to push the payload forward. Very similar to how we saw this going in Game 1.
Could be a big shot. There's Sunstreak used. I don't think it caught really anybody. And immediately, as soon as they engage, they disengage. Petal was looking to go around for a bit of flank, gonna opt not to go for that instead. Going to go over the net, it gets blocked. Sitting here, unfazed, waiting for that shield to go down, just gonna end up opting to use it. Discord mod did get the charge, but the Bastion got pulled out by Life Weaver.
Charge in from the Eagles Rhine. Night Slash holding up under pressure, and an artillery spent. They're gonna dash out of the way, and Kashir, oh my goodness, was facing down everyone. This flank off to the left has proven beautiful for the Eagles. And yeah, I don't think Discord Mod takes that fight unless he wants to get staggered even more.
Yep.
UT Dallas needs to. I know this doesn't sound right. This doesn't sound nice, but anyone that's left needs to die and die quickly.
They know Petal's somewhere back there.
Yeah, that's the one thing. He did manage to
there.
survive, so he could be the flank here.
Could be the reason why they turn it around. They're back to 2 minutes and 40 seconds left here on the clock. And they've managed to get 2 now on the board. Window gets used, and it caused the side of UT Dallas to back up.
Did you see that life grip all the way across the payload? It wasn't enough to get for Petal to not fall to that overclock, but it was a beautiful life grip, I gotta say. Discord Mod now caught out all by himself. He uses the Shatter, and that's now he's down. That leaves this Bastion, has to get life gripped up, back up to high ground.
The Petal for Vanilla up to high ground as well. Gonna quickly jump off that. There goes our impact. UT Dallas now holding at this corner here. Only a minute 45 left for this side of Oklahoma Christian.
Remember, spawn advantage does really start to come into play in the Omnic factory. You're so close for the defending team that it can be very tricky to take this third point. Bit of a Petal to lift the Bastions up. I think the goals of the Life Weavers is just get those Bastions in sniping positions.
Vanilla's gonna find the pylon, and they're gonna find 2 more on the side of UT Dallas. Tree gets committed, there goes Shatter. Shield was simply not wide enough to protect the supports. Charge does not get anything. Discord themselves right off the map. Get the reset. Tree goes out to block a bit of sightline there. I imagine that was an attempt to block that side. Ooh, got a
Cashier
fair one, though.
using the artillery as the Lucio goes in to get the touch, but
Oh.
he is eliminated, and Oklahoma Christian manages to salvage what looked to be a possible sweep by UTD. Now has all 3 points and a bit of overtime banked as well.
And they finished with time on the clock, so that is very important to notice. Going to, this play right here is such a massive opening play here. But even so, that they managed to do this, then do it to Oklahoma Christian maybe 2 more times. OC's able to recover and end up getting 3. Granted, 46 seconds on the clock, but now there's a win condition. They have to get to the 3rd point.
And
With time.
UTD definitely was in a scenario where there were a lot of times where, like, that Ryan was all by himself and just getting focused down, and he uses a shatter to try to turn it around when 2 of his teammates have already fallen. You gotta make sure that, you know, you don't make mistakes like that, because I think UTD was kind of in a, maybe in a solo mentality mindset for a little bit. I mean, I can't get in their minds, of course, but there were a lot of team members who, whether it was the Ryan in the Omnic Factory or the Bastion who was caught out in the rotation in streets, that were just trying to take on Oklahoma Christian all at one team. And I don't care if you're an undefeated team, 1v5s are not going to be your wheelhouse.
They're not going to help you or your team at all. Definitely going for a bit of a hero play. If it works out, great, you're the hero. If not, you look sort of bad to your teammates. But quickly, we see UT Dallas can get a lot of control over point here. They're already on it and capping with very little contest, but that doesn't matter. Oklahoma Christian was willing to give up the space. They're going to find a pick here. UT Dallas, Sim, and Bastion are on the high ground here, behind Oklahoma Christian.
Oh! Nice slash.
Just abuse.
Charges off the pedal. I love that coordination. Oklahoma Christian's now bringing it to the Comets.
Completely different play style from what we saw UT Dallas do. Oklahoma Christian's willing to give up that space, and they're willing to play, sort of let UT Dallas come into their trap to a degree. They let out the trap, they're willing to give up the space and spread out, and while they may look weak doing that, they managed to regroup and rehuddle very quickly. The TP to high ground could give UT Dallas the opportunity to pull a little bit of tricky play here. See a rotate that we've seen quite a few teams attempt before. However, Pedal is on the low ground. Window goes out, and they're quickly going to find Pedal.
Oh, both Ryans charge into each other, both fall down. Immortality Field has to be spent by UT Dallas, but again, this is what you were just talking about. Oklahoma Christian is more than happy to move off the point for a little bit, let UT Dallas come in, and I think the secret sauce, the only thing you didn't mention was as UT Dallas comes in, they pick off a squishy here and there, and then this Ryan is left with only 1 or 2 players left, and he can't take on all of Oklahoma Christian.
Dallas is going crazy right now, by the way, in the kill feed. Being responsible for a lot of the eliminations for these past couple team fights here. A lot of ultimates available. The Shatter's going to be used first, but is going to be caught separated a little bit too much. Now with no shield to protect them, UT Dallas goes down. Or it's going to be Oklahoma Christian that goes down, and UT Dallas is going to be the one to pick up the point with more time than what the opposition was able to do.
This is a bit ahead of the pace that Oklahoma Christian had for capturing the payload. UT Dallas sitting on more ultimates too. They're going to use the first one, the Photon Barrier, to start the fight off, but Zealous has been really good for the Eagles in just picking off one person, and it's been the DPS in the first 2 fights. We're going to see a swap by UT Dallas. They're going back to the full wall and maul.
Ooh, a great charge. Gonna give the opportunity to pick off Discord mod, because she's gonna get one. Nice slash is gonna find another. Gets walled off, gonna be broken. Gonna S-key out of there, back up with the team here. Now this choke point can be difficult, and honestly, I'm probably gonna see a repeat of what was the point, of where it's just gonna take Qs to win it, and that's a great pull with a Life Weaver.
Zealous hanging on to the overclock. The window was expelled by UT Dallas earlier in the fight, gets walled off again, and Petal has a great flank here into this Bastion, who has to turn around in turret form. And that helps the front line to survive. Mallard eliminates Night Slash, the Rhine is gone, and UT Dallas has walled off the remaining team members. The Lifeweaver can get up on his Petal, but now he's all alone.
Petal not having the initial impact, but just the presence there. And once they recognize exactly who is behind them, the attention goes elsewhere, and this Lifeweaver gets away.
I was talking a little bit on Busan of, you know, a new Overwatch 2 hero giving new meaning to an old map. I love this sort of hide-and-seek game that we're playing with Lifeweaver and these Petals to allow him to get the high ground immediately. Discord Mod has his groove back, moving in with Petal to pick up a whole bunch of the Eagles who are staggered and will have to respawn as UT Dallas moves in. Again, they're a little bit ahead of Oklahoma Christian at this point. They have about 30 to 45 seconds more than the Eagles did at this point.
Which, if they keep up this pace and manage to win these fights without really stopping the cart, they can definitely finish with probably more than double the time of what Oklahoma Christian has, as Petal's going to find 2. Vanilla's going to pick up Discord Mod, though. That's the frontline god. Pick up a second. Doy's going to pick up Vanilla, though. There it goes. Shatter! The sleep is pulled out, but it really didn't get anybody at all, though.
Yeah, great job on the Ana there with that sleep dart, taking it out at the right time.
They do pick up Kashir, though, with that charge from downtown.
All right, UT Dallas is now down to the same amount of time as Oklahoma Christian had. And if we remember back to Eichenwald a little bit earlier, Colin, you remember Artie gave that great lecture on stream about how it's very important by what time margin you have teams going into overtime with, whether a team is over 1 minute or under a minute with overtime. So UT Dallas needs to take the point fast.
They absolutely need to do the point with time. They absolutely need to. Night Slash here with no supports. Going to be taken out at the sitting 56. Vanilla's going to get the trade, though. Trying to pick up this mini. They have to get a touch. They are going to be able to do it. Now the target on the Ana. They're not going to be able to kill this Baptiste, though. Going to run away with the immortality. Zealous is going to finally do it, though. 1:40 on the clock. We see the charge in by Night Slash. They're going to reclaim some of the territory that they lost through that fight. Under 5 meters away from getting the point there, with double the time that Oklahoma Christian had. But now it's getting close to being pretty equal for both the teams.
Yeah, and they're really moving up to that crucial minute point in terms of how much time they have left. And they are going to have Nano Boost and Shatter. The Nano Boost goes out onto Discord Mod, who will he bring out his Shatter right now? He does, just right onto the Bastion, and Nano Boosted. That's enough to take him out immediately, but there's still plenty of Eagles on the playfield with the Tree of Life to keep them alive, and UT Dallas is falling once again.
I really do like the swap on the Widow. It was able to get a great opening pick. Unfortunately, they were just not able to sustain it after that.
Okay, will Oklahoma Christian be the team? UT Dallas has gone through their whole season completely undefeated, has not dropped one game. This is the chance for the Eagles to give the Comets a black eye, to blemish their perfect record. For Artie to pull out their red marker and not giving an A+, but putting a minus on that A if the Comets don't win this fight.
We see some changes on the side of UT Dallas as well. We see the Junker Queen. We saw the Widow last time. The Genji goes down, as well as the Kiri is out. Both windows are out. UT Dallas is going to last a little bit longer there. There's a great pick by Petal. There's a massive piece of damage gone for the side of Oklahoma Christian. They are officially into the overtime portion of this match. They need to pick this out. Doy is going to pick up 3. And this is probably, this is them going to capture the point.
Oh boy. Oh, I thought UT Dallas would not quite have the perfect season they were looking for. But now, remember, I mentioned, already telling us both this, but it matters because both teams are under a minute now in overtime. They both get a minute added to their total time bank. And UT Dallas initially had a very good defense. They held Oklahoma Christian for longer than a minute 46. It is only 46 seconds separating these teams in overtime.
Which is really, I mean, it can be make or break. It can also not be at the same time. I mean, 46 seconds.
It's a team fight.
It's a team fight. It's a team fight. So it can be, so it can be the make or break scenario. And whether or not you get that extra tick or not.
An extra tick or a whole ultimate charged up over one team fight, or having that extra fight in there could allow Oklahoma Christian to have a bunch of ultimates that just because UT Dallas and it's overtime and you don't have as much time to charge your own counters will not have a response to.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
All right, here we go. Oklahoma Christian going to be defending first. UT Dallas going to see how far they can push on the 1 minute they've been given. Can they win the first team fight and get that payload moving?
Already barrier broken here. Discord is opting to go for the Sigma instead. That hand is going to give them quite a bit of overhealth. It is sitting at a lot. A great rock gonna find the pick. Discord mod starting out strong.
And now there's just Vanilla left, but he's getting flanked, and the Immortality Field is going to be moved up. Petal takes him out. And you were talking about how Oklahoma Christian is kind of a team that's more than content to let UT Dallas come in and take the point, but that was very crucial on the positioning. UT Dallas, even if they had lost that fight, would have had at least one tick on the point. And they're going to, quite appropriately, put their Lucio on payload duty.
And losing Zealous there was absolutely massive too. That rock and then the follow-up land by Discord mod. Losing a pick that vital. We saw how important Zealous was to this team conforming to that playstyle and using it effectively. So them not having a major point of their damage production anymore.
It's absolutely huge. Hang on to that payload for dear life. If they pick up 5, that's beautiful for the Comets. Window goes down to start things out. A lot of damage being pushed through. UT Dallas charges up their overclock. Petal has it. There's no ultimates for Oklahoma Christian. Okay, we move in on the overclock. Who's this Sojourn going to find? Moving into the back line. Finds the Bastion, puts him down to low health, but he's sticking in there. No clear pick, but now Gravitic brought up. There's nothing Oklahoma Christian can do in the face of that. And that is most likely 5 points now for UT Dallas in overtime. Stagger the Lifeweaver as well. Sojourn the only one to get away.
Yeah, definitely not going to get a touch here. They're going to get 5. Now it's just really, is Oklahoma Christian going to be able to stop them from getting 6? Pushing up pretty far as it did about last time here at Discord mod. Not afraid to take on this fight with the Rhine right here. Artillery strike's going to be used as well, trying to take advantage of a very, very in the open Oklahoma Christian team. They're going to find one. Immortality now forced out as well.
And it puts Oklahoma Christian using that artillery in a very tricky spot, because UT Dallas is wanting to bait out that Immortality Field. So you either spend it, your team survives, but you lose a very important ability, or you don't use it, which happened, and they lost one team member. Now Oklahoma Christian is going to regroup as a full team, and they have 4 ultimates to use, but Darth got taken out beforehand, and despite the overclock, I don't think Zealous can turn this around. The Comets, with only a minute in overtime, have pushed all the way to the end. A celebratory beat and 6 whole points to their score.
Now it's up to Oklahoma Christian. I mean, if you take what was the last time Oklahoma Christian was on attack, this is a massive uphill climb.
They cannot lose They can lose one fight, maybe in their first push, and that's it.
Yep, they cannot lose one singular fight at all, because the moment they do that, even if it's the opening one, and they do it very quickly, it just sets a very negative mentality going forward, and it's really up to Oklahoma Christian to see if they can climb that mountain.
And UT Dallas, I bet that they stick on this Sigma. Because even if Oklahoma Christian gets the point, you just wait for the payload to come out. The Sig has his Gravitics, you take them off of it, and that's game. And that is indeed gonna be the play. Yeah, that Sig, oh, they can, that is so tough. It's not just that you can't lose a single team fight. You can't let that Sig use his Gravitic one time and it's game.
And they know their win condition as well. We don't need to fight. We don't need to, we don't need to play like life depends on it. We have 2 buffer zones, realistically 3 buffer zones before we need to really get serious here. Name of the game is just Gravitic, Dragon Strike. Get them off a point, inability to contest.
It seems to be their whole strategy. A rotation into Hotel. Quickly, Petal moves around to get the flank from behind, pushing a lot of damage. Vanilla moves into turret form, and the first point goes over to UT Dallas. Mallard gets another pick onto Chill. Vanilla just, the Sig gets right in their face to shield from that turret.
Sub a minute here. Gonna be able to engage with sub-minute with the whole team into this fight here. We saw the last time they put themselves in that room, it did not end well for them the first time around. It did not end well the second time. Night Slash pushes straight in, getting very low on the HP bar. Immortality now forced out. Zealous putting a little bit of pressure onto that Hanzo on high ground. Just trying to find the head here to hit. But forced off point once again, and just so much brutality. Oh, they are gonna fight. They're finding picks. They get 4. It's just, it's getting tough.
There's 30 seconds left, and Oklahoma Christian, they're gonna have the window, but that's just about all. They make a last-second swap over to the Genji. But UT Dallas is coming up on those all-important Dragon Strike and Gravitics, but they also have this artillery, which Oklahoma Christian doesn't have a beat that they can counter to it. Sheer takes out Chilled. Mallard then moves in with the next pick onto Night Slash. The May gets in her Cryo Freeze as she is caught in the Gravitic. This match is over. UTD comes back in spectacular fashion on overtime. Petal is going to get the play of the game as Sojourn.
I mean, fully and utterly deserved 100% of the way. There's really no doubt about it. We just see it doesn't even need the overclock to do it. It was left clicks and right clicks do the job.
It was a long and bitter, drawn-out fight on Kings Row, but UTD now is just one game away from that perfect season I was talking about. 7-0, not dropping one game in any matches. 7-0, all 3-0 sweeps. Ooh, even if you don't go all the way to the end in the playoffs, you can at least say that we finished with a spotless record in regular season.
It's one thing to go 3-0 in a series fashion, but to go 3-0 quite literally in every single series that you've gone to, you have not dropped a singular map, is so important.
And we have seen that Oklahoma Christian, when they have choice of stages, tends to pick the favorite, and that's going to be the case again, moving on to Servasta, which UT Dallas, I'm sure, has played many times themselves. So the Eagles, just one last chance to give the Comets a blemish on their record. And it shows at the Comets, they're going to be moving out of their division, but into the playoff season, they'll have the likes of St. Clair, Maryville, Boise State, all these titans and champions of NACE Star League to go up against. You want to go, when you're wanting to face up against those top teams, you're wanting to have that perfect record behind you to say, hey, we're here to play. We made it to the grand finals last year. We're going to do it again this year, and we're not going to drop a game.
That's definitely the confidence you got to have, but to be honest, that perfect record, it's nothing but a title card at that point going into playoffs. It's a completely different monster, a completely different beast that you're going to see from teams there. It's no longer the regular season where it's we can afford to drop a map or we're not trying our absolute hardest. We are going to see teams going all out from the beginning in the playoffs. So it's one thing it's a pretty flat card, but I'm going to wait until the playoffs before I really see what beast comes out.
We are getting off to the sidelines. Also, a bit of an update on how some of the other matches have gone. Maryville won their match 3-0. Akron won theirs 3-0. And Rowan University won theirs 3-1. George Mason University also in their match today. The Patriots, they won their match 3-0. So if you're a fan for any one of those teams, you're having a good day today.
You're having a solid day.
5, 4.
Would love to look into a little bit more into the records of those teams and see exactly what the situations are, but I imagine those are all
Initial flashpoint.
important matches that lead up to some stakes in the playoffs contenders.
First fight to claim the first flashpoint, and we're seeing a bit of a change be brought out by Oklahoma Christian. We're seeing a Reaper be brought out. Meanwhile, for the Comets, they're changing it up with an Ash being brought in and a Doomfist for good measure. And already this Ryan, oh my goodness, he just fell.
And this very flexible composition, not gonna move a single movement key. All it really takes a solid amount of poke and a lot of burst damage you can put out very, very quickly. That purple, then to the fist, as well as Petal being very annoying in the back line. And if you're dynamited and purple at the same time, yeah, life's not fun for you. But they do have a Kiri on the other side of the Oklahoma Christian roster as well, so those effects can be cleansed. I imagine they're spacing them out effectively, baited out.
Petal just took out Shield. Doi eliminated by Night Slash. UT Dallas coming out on top of this first team fight. Zealous is picked up. Right now, we're also waiting on the wild card match, Blinn versus Dallas Baptist. Remember, Blinn is also tied for Oklahoma Christian for second place. If Blinn wins it and Oklahoma Christian loses this match, then Oklahoma Christian is out of the running for playoffs.
UT Dallas within 2 team fights is going to capture this point. Possibly push Lucio off. Lucio's going to opt. Nope, that's not a good idea to go against that Doomfist. I'm going to run away now. Probably the one character that can effectively run away, but is getting hunted down right now. That size clan is not going to land. I get a whole lot of value of it here. They might not be expecting the Doomfist to be sitting here. They are. There goes with the purple. There might be a dive right there. Oh, gonna miss the punch, but it doesn't matter. The execution is still there. Zealous is now down, and a DPS traded, but Discord Mod's gonna pick up one as well.
We know that Blinn is right now is currently up 2-0, which means everything is dependent on Servasta in both of those matches to see who is going to take the second place spot in the division. That is, if Oklahoma Christian fails to take down the Comets in this match. But it is down to the wire for the West Central 2 division, and it will all be decided in a few moments.
Gonna have to go for this high ground play. Surprised haven't seen the first fight taken there. It's been a while. Gonna try and catch this Lucio out. There goes at the block. Pretty spaced out Oklahoma Christian. He has the high ground though. Doy's gonna now pick up the Unleash. Second time getting that on Vanilla. Kashir might go down to Night Slash. Going to get pushed into the wall. Reset. The Spirit goes out. Trying to find the Ana. The cleanse was there. Wasn't able to save Mallard, but it doesn't matter as Petal's gonna pick up 2. That's gonna be UT Dallas. Now taking the second point as well and automatically making a heads up play. Discord Mod's gonna push to second point, where they're expecting it to be.
Second flashpoint claimed. They're already making their way to the third.
Flashpoint ruins.
And it'll be my favorite temple. Oklahoma Christian saving up all of their ultimates already. Oh, nice pick by Chill, getting rid of Doi. The Meteor Strike's going to be brought out by Discord Mod. He's just going to use it to reposition at this point. We're playing a rain around the rosy here. Both teams chasing after each other. Night Slash is able to catch Mallard all by themselves. Slash moving in with another pick against Kashir. Oklahoma Christian will be the first to take this third flashpoint.
He's a bit more coordinated. He's able to get two pretty important picks. Does get Purple forced to push back a bit here. Now gonna find a support alone. Tries to TP out, is able to do it. Gets found again, now finds two of them. Now no TP away. Was able to get out though. Cleanse was used, so was Bionic Nade. Night Slash still just putting so much pressure on his backline. Beat was used there. They are gonna pick up Doi. Chill's gonna get Kashir. And there goes down Discord Mod. One by one, this team falls. Oklahoma Christian holding on to this third flashpoint.
We have just gotten confirmation that Blinn has won their match against Dallas Baptist. Blinn now up to 6-1. Oklahoma Christian currently sitting at 5-1. They have to hold this flashpoint to start a reverse sweep to stay in the running for playoffs. Will they do it? This next team fight will be the start of a long road for them, but their last chances to avoid LCQ. They'll get... Oh no, there is a touch on it from UT Dallas. And UT Dallas also has some good picks as well. Vanilla also falls. You see the Kitsune Rush be brought out. But the anti-nade is thrown onto two of Oklahoma Christian.
That sleep was absolutely massive. Look at that pedal here. Probably looking to get cheeky little post bomb. Doi going to the edge. They're sneaking around together now. We do see Oklahoma Christian go for the reposition here. There's the bomb. Gets the stick on the wrong target, though. Now gets nanoed. Now just trying to find some value with this nano.
Truly a glass cannon. It's a lot of damage onto this Lucio. He's trying to get away. He's going to be the first. Oh, I thought he would be the first pick, but Night Slash is the first one. That's huge. Lucio and your tank gone. Oklahoma Christian is falling. And UT Dallas, with the help of the Kitsune Rush, keeping control of the point. We're now past 80%. And I think this timer is going to be ticking down. 10, 9, 8. That Lucio's going in to try to get the touch. He does. He gets taken out. 3, 2, 1. UT Dallas now just has to take out the remaining people on point. Night Slash gets a pick onto Kashir. Uses Terror Surge. Discord Mod eliminates Chilled. Doi falls, but Petal is fighting back, and UT Dallas still has their tank. Petal eliminates Zealous. There's just Night Slash left. And UT Dallas, once you get rid of this Orisa and the Lucio, you will have achieved your perfect season. 7-0 for the Comets. Congratulations.
It's definitely nothing to scoff at whatsoever. A very impressive season in holding for the side of UT Dallas. Darth is going to be the one to get the play here. Going to take a look at it. Gets the boot kill. Dives. Now going to solo out the Ana. Yep. Respectable play, and really the reason why UT Dallas walks away with the W.
They walk away with the W and one of the tickets to the playoff season. The other one claimed by Blinn. UT Dallas 7-0, Blinn 6-1, which means that Oklahoma Christian had a great season, 5-2, but it's still not enough to get them a ticket to the finals. They're going to have to be going to last chance.
Which is, always something where, like the name sort of states, it's last chance qualifiers. It's honestly more of a difficult fight than I would say finals is at sometimes, because you get some really desperate teams that are willing to do just about anything and every strat to get the job done. And you really, truly have to be the better team than everybody else to go from LCQs all the way to finals.
Well, this game's over, but don't forget we have post-game content on deck and possibly an interview. But for right now, we'll leave you with the top 5 plays brought to you by Mavix Gaming Shares. Mavix, feel the difference. We'll be back shortly.
A bit of the tried and true,
but
Inky away was able to get out though. Cleanse was used, so was Bionic Nade. Night Slash still just putting so much pressure on his backline. Beat was used there. They are going to pick up Doi. Chill's going to get Kashir. And there goes down Discord.
Just missed the pick. Battle got onto Chill. Yeah, doing good work as the Widow. You always want to make sure you can make each fight an unfair one, making the other team be one person down, and there's another one on. Could be the exception, because Zealous got the first pick onto Petal. The Eagles have really been focusing down this Widow, giving her respect. Kashir gets the Nano boost and the Blade combo. Nano Blade out, gets rid of Chilled. Night Slash is next, manages to heal up, however, and punches the Nano Blade in closed room.
Yeah.
Let Ryan swing his hammer back and forth. That thing's gonna have perfect accuracy. Another wall placed up. Immortality Field has to be spawned. But in goes the rest of the team. Petal gets the first pick onto Night Slash. The Squishies are moving up the stairs. They can't even get away because of the blizzard. And another team going with the classic wall and maul composition. Oklahoma Christian also going for the Rhine, but opting not to use the May. Rotation now going to come out through Hotel. Moving in, the wall goes up. The Rhine's all by himself. Immortality Field has to be spent to keep the Rhine alive. And Discord mod with a quad. Welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. We just saw UT Dallas get their final win in the regular season, finishing 7-0. And now we've got Mallard joining us from UTD to just talk about that match. Thank you so much for joining us, Mallard.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so we've got a lot to discuss, and one thing that kind of struck me was the initial choice for Busan on Control. I have to know, was that your choice, changing things up, because your team definitely played like that was an ace up your sleeve?
That's kind of our go-to comp whenever Discord mods in, running either Jungle Queen or Sigma. So it was kind of predetermined, but we did switch up based on what we were seeing the enemies pull up with.
Love to hear. Then going to the second map then in terms of Kings Row, what sort of happened there of, you know, OC going to 3 and then you guys going to 3, but then you guys clearly proved, you know, doing that all the way into OT with only a minute left. Can you walk us through sort of what happened on that map?
A little creative in the first 2 rounds, but we really wanted to keep our record perfect for the 7-0, not just in the wins, but in map wins as well. So we kind of brought it together and actually went for a more cohesive comp at the end.
Well, you mentioned your perfect season, but you can't bask in that for too long. You're moving on to playoffs where you got to go against the St. Clairs. You got to go against the Maryvilles. And I hate to bring up a bad memory, but you got to go against the Boise States as well. So as you're looking to go against the top teams in playoffs, what's your main focus for your team?
Well, we've been scrimming quite a considerable amount, and we've been working on the same comp that we always have. And, you know, we're seeming pretty confident for these playoffs.
All right. Well, we love confidence going into playoffs. We'll see more of the comments later on. But for now, enjoy your perfect season, Mallard.
Thank you.
All right. That does it for the second match. But as I said, the high stakes for Game 2 apply to Game 3 and 4 as well. So you're not going to want to go away, because we'll be back with the third Overwatch game tonight here on NACE Star League. Don't go away. Nice deflect by Kashir, but the other Genji was almost pulled. Look at that, the 2 flame strikes going out. Well, not really. Well, the Lucio's gonna be. Gets rid of Chilled. Night Slash is next. Manages to heal up, however. In goes the rest of the team. Petal gets the first pick onto Night. Plenty of Eagles on the playfield with the Tree of Life to keep them alive. The first pick onto Night Slash. The Squishies are moving up the stairs. Not to pick off Captive Sun. Also being expended. Getting spent. Gonna dash out of the way and Kashir.
And there goes Shatter. Shield was simply not wide enough to.
Oh! Gravitic brought up. There's nothing Oklahoma Christian can do in the
Shen not gonna move a single movement key.
Well, we know that Blinn's going in to try to get the touch. He does. He gets taken out 3. Cut by Kashir, but the other Genji was almost pulled. Look at that, the 2 flame strikes going out. Well, not really. Well, Lucio's gonna be, gets rid of Chilled. Night Slash is next, manages to heal up, however. In goes the rest of the team. Petal gets the first pick onto Night. Plenty of Eagles on the playfield with the Tree of Life to...
Hello and welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. You are watching our coverage of Overwatch 2 for our final week of the regular season. It has been a choose your destiny evening for all teams involved, especially for our 2 teams coming up in our match 3 of the night, which is going to be Kansas taking on Kennesaw. And I'm your host, Artemis Thrain. Joining me is Colin Majunkin. Colin, why don't you give us a little insight about these 2 teams?
So both these teams are about as evenly as it possibly could get in terms of record, in terms of who they played against, who they won against, who they've lost against. They've both lost against RIT, and they've both respectively won against everybody else in their division. However, though, the big part is RIT won their match today. So they are confirmed first place in their league, which is automatically a punch ticket. They are going to playoffs. So now it's up to these 2 teams. Whoever wins moves on to playoff. Whoever loses has to take a chance with LCQ.
Well, speaking about the games that led up to this point this evening, we can take a quick look at what has gone on thus far for our NACE broadcast, who went head-to-head and who walked away victorious. It was Western Kentucky taking on Missouri State. Western Kentucky walked away in a 3-0 sweep. Then we had Oklahoma Christian going against UT Dallas. Comets walk away in an 0-3 victory. Now the question is, will Kennesaw State and Kentucky follow the fashion of the 3-0s? Or will we go all 5 maps and actually end up on an escort map for our final one? Well, it's going to be up to these guys. If you're battling it out for that opportunity to go into playoffs or get sent to last chance qualifiers, I'd fully anticipate us going all 5.
Turns out we do got Boise State versus Mizzou. However, though, I'm going to counter your point, and I'm going to say we're going to go to only map 4.
This is just like yesterday. Anyway, we can actually take a quick look at the rosters for these teams. For the side of Kennesaw State, we're going to have Kezin, Clash, Prototype, Cam Sky, and Kablooey rounding out that roster.
For the side of Kentucky, we got Mad Jack, Butters, Despacito, Clario, and Andy.
Best of luck to both of these teams as they are getting ready to pick their first map, which of course is going to be Control. We've seen Busan pulled out, and we've had Lijiang. If there were another Control map you would maybe think about, well, we can toss that assumption to the wind because we are going to Lijiang Tower. So far, we've been returning to the classics with the oddity of Busan getting thrown in there by the Comets. I'm going to remember that for the rest of this entire season, by the way, guys. And we're returning to Lijiang Tower. Of Lijiang Tower, you got Control Center, Garden, and Night Market. Which one has to be your favorite?
I'm going to go with Night Market. I think it's the most balanced where we can have all the choke point fights, a little bit more of that open map fight in that sort of opening section, as well as you can find a couple environmentals along your way as well. So I like the well-rounded maps, and I think that one's, I guess they all kind of do, no? Yeah. I would say Lijiang is probably the most well-rounded Control point. In terms of,
I argue Busan is actually the most well-rounded.
why?
Busan because, okay, you have Mecha Base, very enclosed, heavily favors the brawl compositions. Then you go to downtown where you've got the difference in elevations. It favors teams that are really good at pathing. You can play Rush Brawl or you can play Dive. And then you go to Sanctuary. Spam is the name of the game, and if you're trying to play Rush Brawl into that, you better be good on rotations. That's why I love Busan. But you did mention Night Market, which is my favorite of 3 submaps for Lijiang, so at least both of us can agree on that. Jacob, of course, is off screen thinking that we are both dinguses and giving us thumbs down because he believes that it is Garden, where every Lucio has their play day because it's everyone's getting sent off of the map. I have a love-hate relationship with it. As a Lucio player, there's always a Pharah whenever I'm playing Lucio, so I never get to stay on Lucio. With that being said, I'm really interested to see if these teams roll out on Lucio-based compositions and go for the Rush Brawl comms, or if we're going to see kind of more untouchable Wrecking Ball comms on Garden. But nonetheless, it's going to be up to what of the 3 maps we end up on first. If it's Night Market, I won't be disappointed. If it's Control Center, I might be a little bit sad because I think it limits the creativity, but this is the first map that Colin and I both agree that is very fun. Night Market that we'll be taking a quick look at right now. This is the outside area. Both teams will come through those corridors on their respective sides, battle it out for this control point. And then this is Garden, Jacob's favorite map, where all over the place there's environmental opportunities after you leave the sanctuary of your spawn.
It really is, yeah. It really is the only safe spot to go. Where, and even in your spawn, there's that opposite side of it that you can be tossed off as well, where if Afar is bold enough to get in the open like that, and they could probably boop you, or an adventurous Lucio could find you sitting and scared, waiting for your supports to heal you up.
And lately on Coastline here for Control Center, we've had some adventurous Lucios that have been sending people off into the oblivion by that mega pack. However, I think, just based off what we've had thus far, following the trend, maybe we start on Night Market. I want to start on Night Market. If we start on Control Center, like I said, I'll just cope and seethe.
I think they're going to follow the trend. I think Lijiang's been much of a follow the trend map. I sort of iterated it before when we saw Busan. If I really like the teams that are willing to go outside the normal, because it really shows they're willing to put the time and practice into a map that is abnormal to get good at it. And we saw it for the side of UT Dallas. They were really creative in the way they played it, and I liked the way they did, and they dominated on it.
Well, we'll have to see. It is a 33% chance, pardon my bad math, that will end up on any one of these 3 submaps. It is ultimately up to the game's RNG to decide. We are still sweeping around, taking a look at gardens. Those windows are... thankfully this season we have not seen a single sim TP into the window with a full team taking it all at once and getting booped off into the water with the holographic fish.
I see nothing wrong with it.
We have seen plenty of people go off of this ledge already throughout the course of the NACE Star League broadcast we've had for Overwatch 2 and off the respective ledges here for the back of Night Market. It's just, I don't know, it's like the environmentals have begun to escape us on the most environmental elimination friendly map, and as we're talking about that, we're going to go to the least environmental friendly elimination map that we have out of the 3, Control Center.
The composition you're going to see out of this go.
Oh, you're either going to see the Reinhardt Symmetra teleporter composition with the Bastion, or you could see May Reinhardt compositions for the Wallamo, or you could get the Battle Cattle out. All of them are applicable. I've also seen teams go spam with the Sigma. It all depends on what your strengths are. If one team is really, really good at Brawl, though, and I know that both of these teams can run Brawl, evident by the Lucio Bastion Reinhardt that we do see.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think we know what we got on one side of the respective field. Now it's just up to see what red and who is who. Kennesaw State in the blue while Kentucky is in the red here. You see a bit of a mix-up on the side of Kentucky.
Rolling out on JQ as opposed to the Reinhardt, still sticking with the May. However, Despacito on the May for Kennesaw, that can be a death sentence for any JQ that gets overzealous. You wall off the JQ, she is a sitting duck. First wall is going to be used by Kentucky, does not capitalize. Second wall is going to be from Kennesaw State. Despacito forcing out the Immortality, also forces out Cryo for Kentucky's May. Reinhardt gets dangerously low but survives. Prototype gets eliminated, and Kenzen gets eliminated thereafter for Kentucky.
There was that overreach a little bit by that JQ, but didn't even need that wall to respectively block them off. They just got their health pool completely eliminated, and they just weren't able to recover even with the help of their supports. They're going to cap point on the side of Kennesaw State. The wall goes out. Both Bastion, actually just the gets to the Kentucky. Bastion is going to be here for this fight.
Swap to Orisa for Kennesaw State. Both Maywalls used. Cryo Freeze for Kennesaw used. Butler, Kentucky ended up using, Butters ended up using Immortal. Both windows have been progged. Clario is eliminated by Clash. Beat from Jack on Kentucky is also used. Bluey very close to their own beat. May ult and Kenzen's used first. It's just to get us secure this half of the point on their own side. However, Despacito is going to go down in the chaos. Kentucky nearing that 50 percentile mark. People are starting to trickle back in. Reinhardt gets extremely low. Bastion trying to apply forward pressure. Butters gets eliminated. Spear spinning the Ryan off the point. Prototype trying to make a solid foothold. Finally, we have Kennesaw reclaiming 10% and counting.
What did you think of the Lucy ultimate by Kentucky right there? Was it absolutely necessary in that situation? I know you talked about it a lot when it came to the first round.
Okay, so I think yes, because it's put them into last fight territory. You never want to beat a May ultimate anyway, so that is not the name of the game for the Lucius. You can't speed out a May ult. If you beat a May ult, a puppy is crying, in the words of my coaches. So You use beat for sustain to get as much life on the point as you can. However, for Kentucky, they've lost Reinhardt and they'll lose Butters in quick succession, so that's another reset. We have Kablooey with this beat. Theoretically, Kablooey stays alive and uses it to counter the Rein Earth Shatter. The only caveat I do see is if Mad Jack cannot get beat up in time for the Terra Surge, but you can rely on Immortality and Shift from your Baptiste to keep your team alive, as we hear Artillery Strike get dropped down. So it's not being comboed with Terra Surge. Gold Fortify used, Shatter used, doesn't pick anybody up, so that is an opportunity for Kablooey to have a beat to just sustain and do exactly what Kentucky did, get extra time on the point.
Both windows ending up using pretty much parallel to each other. Spear gets used. I think it did find the BAP. Wasn't able to get the elimination though, however. And there goes out Terra along the combination of Blizzard and now just charging it up nearly 500% all the way. Going to see a team wipe through and through, even getting Immortality. Count that as 5.5. At 92% now in Climate.
Mad Jack is going to make a mad dash for Coastline to try and get a touch on point. Wrecking Ball swap has come through as well. Butters is eliminated. Clario is eliminated. Immortality used beat from Mad Jack just to try and sustain for the team has been used. Kablooey responds with their own beat, but unfortunately no one can sustain alive for Kentucky, and Kennesaw State walks it on Control Center with the first round victory.
Okay, we'll go to this replay. Yeah, here's this very end of the play. This 5-stack combo. Using the Blizzard, using the Terra Surge. Got everybody, and then just nobody could escape. And even if you got out of the range of Blizzard, there was a couple other DPS waiting to hit your head. It was a pretty lose-lose situation for the side of Kennesaw.
Well,
It was Kentucky. It was Kentucky, that's right.
If Kentucky is not victorious on this map, we won't get to see Night Market, which will break my heart. We'll have to wait and see. We had the window TP, but no boop. However, Butters got javelined off the point. Your flex support gone if you're Kentucky. It's a rough situation. They use the wall. Their goal is to just back off and bide their time. They managed to TP back too.
Okay.
They are in safety. Clash on the Genji. Going against a May might be a little bit rough. I'm interested to see how those interactions end up happening.
Kennesaw is going to be the one to cap the point first. Gonna take the long way around. Got the space here, looking to play around the middle. Despacito already forced to use Ice. Ice like to get that regeneration. Gonna get the pick on Clario. There goes down Andy as well. Then the boop off. Actually, a boop for a boop. I don't really quite know how to classify that.
Front line and back line got split by the May wall. Sometimes you have, it's your Rhine protecting your sim, so your sim gets full beam charge, but those two create like their own brain of their own, and if they're not communicating with their backline or backline doesn't communicate with them, you get too far forward, you're gonna get walled off and eliminated. That's the whole point of the May compositions. This time they managed to get around it, however, Clario is going to be eliminated by Tenzin. There's the wall coming from Kentucky. Attempted charge is thwarted by Fortify, Despacito, Andy, Mad Jack, Butters, all eliminated, and now 50% for Kennesaw State.
Even while playing into this May, Clash is finding a bit of success. That hasn't forced them off of Genji yet, so waiting to see if Kentucky can pick it up and force a bit of swaps that aren't, at least one, that isn't super lined up to face against this comp here. Now they're going to repeat the same strategy they pulled in the beginning. However, the difference is there's Blizzard and the wall. Going to separate the team, like already mentioned.
Oh.
However, they might be able to get some work done. Nope, there it goes down. Everybody else not able to land the shots. That's a 5-stack.
The tragedy in what we just witnessed is for the DPS, yes, made it out. The issue is your DPS need to create pressure so your tank can live and your backline doesn't just get eviscerated. And by not pulling any attention walking on the left side, the front line was left very barren. We do see Kablooey go down on Kennesaw, but Andy and Clario for Kentucky, the speed that they are able to provide, unfortunately, is not going to be enough. We have Lucio trying to wall climb out of the pit. Nonetheless, Kennesaw State is going to walk away with the victory on Lijiang Tower.
Let's take a quick look at the replay. It is going to be Clash. Here's that. Pretty sure it's going to be that point where Clash gets a double.
No POTG
Nope.
for you.
You got baited.
Okay, so now we go into the trend has already begun again. Like, I'm just waiting, honestly, for production to be like, no, don't even discuss it, and proc it on our screen right behind us. But are we going to see Kings Row?
It's been weird so far because we've had teams that have done the usual. Well, I guess now it's Kentucky's pick, so we don't know really whose first map pick that was. So it's a little hard to say, but I'm gonna go with yeah. I think we've seen 2 Kings Row so far. We're gonna see a third, and then we're gonna see a fourth. It's the return of it. People had their fun with Eichenwald. We're getting too serious now. We're in the end of the season. Things are a little too tense.
You're breaking my heart right now.
Sorry.
I'm fine with Eichenwald. I'm fine with Blizzard World. I'm even fine with Numbani. Numbani is a great map. It's fun. It's an all or nothing again. But I feel like Street Phase is a lot more forgiving than Kings Row is when you start getting steamrolled. So we'll have to wait and
Paraiso?
see. No one likes Paraiso.
Unless you're playing against Boise State, then you pick it.
Yeah, then you pick it, and we just made Jacob kind of break off screen.
Which they did prove that theory wrong. They did prove that hypothesis wrong the last time we saw them.
It's not like they full held or anything. They still
W's
almost
a
lost.
W. Yeah.
So yeah, little insider information. Go Paraiso in the last game for that team that has to go against the Broncos. But I digress. Right now, it's Kennesaw State versus Kentucky, and right now, Kentucky, it's your pick. Are we going Kings Row? Are we going Blizzard World? Nimbani? Paraiso, if you want to. I highly advise against it. That map is just awkward.
Explain the awkwardness.
So point 1, you have 2 paths of attack. You have main, and then you have coastline. Coastline typically is guarded off by some sort of flank DPS on defense, or even a Torb turret. And there is this one comp that is gross that you can run, which is a Sigma Torbjorn with an Ashe or a Hanzo Soldier 76 or even a Cassidy. And it looks as though it doesn't even matter. I'm not even talking about it anymore. We're going to Kings Row for our hybrid map. Am I surprised in any way, shape, or form? The answer is no.
Like I said, it's getting too serious now. It's people are on their final weeks. They want to make sure they like we said, the stakes are high for these teams. This is going to playoffs or not going to playoffs at all. They're going to go back to the tried and true.
I still say you need to be able to have fun with it, and Kings Row is getting boring.
I think it's still the same thing. I think honestly, if I was the captain and I saw this trend happening, I may want to take advantage of a team that isn't so rehearsed on another map that they
Exactly. Now you're
might be able to
thinking
catch you
like
off
I'm
sync.
thinking. But we'll have to see what plans these teams have in store for one another as we hop into the ever so classic hybrid map of Scrims Row. You've seen Sigmas pretty much back and forth on this map today. I really want to see some classic Reinhardt dueling. In the days of Overwatch 1, there was so much creativity available on Kings Row. We don't see that anymore because we went down a tank.
Now playing tank is not fun, most of the time.
I'm just a diva player, so yeah.
You just get everything. You just get everything targeted at you. Most cooldowns, most attention, unless you have a cracked DPS, which most of these teams do. So that probably makes it a little more fun.
The rule of thumb is if your tank's blowing up and it's not because they're out of line of sight of your supports, because it's every tank's job to LOS your supports. If your supports aren't crying for you at some point, then you're doing your job wrong as a tank. Of course, I'm kidding. But if your tank is getting blown up, that typically means your DPS are not applying enough pressure. And so you're right. You're getting every cooldown thrown at you because they don't need to look at anybody else. No one else is giving them any sort of grief. And that being said, front lines in collegiate tend to stay alive a little bit more because, you know, your DPS are working with you, not accidentally against you.
Yeah.
4, 3,
Unless they're shooting a Genji deflect.
1.
That could be one way to self-sabotage. That is 100% a category we could see. It is going to be Kentucky on the side of defense first, as normal, as you'd expect to see Kentucky State on the side of attack. We are seeing that Widow beyond just the normal first attempt to get a pick here. They're sticking with it. in an attempt to find some value. Both May walls go out, and he's not able to find the rock. Both teams are just going to respectively back off a little bit and hold around this corner.
Cooldowns being mirrored usage-wise from both teams. For the first engage was fine. You mentioned they back off, but then here we had Kenzen use wall first. No one goes down. Despacito has the opportunity to wall off anybody if they break too far away from their team. They're trying to corral him. Again, wall used from Kenzen first, but Despacito meets the blunt end of a headshot, getting eliminated. May being gone for Kentucky is rough. That's a lot of sustain from the wall. Absolutely obliterated.
That's a lot of health gain there. Still applying pressure. Finally, Butters goes down to sitting at that low HP bar. Now body blocking the door. May cannot come to support anymore. Mad Jack goes down, and that is going to be Kensaw State capping the point and getting about over 5 minutes. By the time the first fight starts, it'll be under it.
Oddly enough, they've chosen to push Lucio Kablooey forward with the team to try and pick up this May, most likely. But if they don't, can get severely punished by this front line. Their Baptiste is the one pushing cart. Gotta be careful. However, the commitment of the Graphitic Flux when beat is online for Kablooey is the null and void ultimate. Unless there's follow-up, and that follow-up is in the form of the May ultimate from Kennesaw State. Butters' immortality is used to response Graphitic Flux and a response beat coming from Mad Jack. Despacito now is the one with the May ult online. Will we see another May ult get procced? There it is. Only Kenzen was trapped in it, but Prototyper, unfortunately, I think rocked the ground and did the self-damage, getting himself eliminated.
We see Clash pretty much at third point right here, trying to cause as much chaos as they possibly can, draw some attention to themselves. But now they're pretty out of line, and Kentucky just went, leave the Widow to themselves. We don't need to fight that right now.
The only concern I have is if this Widow is left unchecked.
The payload's moving.
How long?
No, don't shoot anybody. Oh, you just could have kept.
No, you can't give yourself away!
Just could have kept putting. I mean, they win the team fight, so it really
won it.
doesn't matter. But that would be pretty hilarious to see that in such a high-stakes game.
I would have started. I literally would be on the ground.
Yeah, hysterical laughter for sure would have broken out in the studio. Clash now looking for a cheeky peek. Here's the bash underneath them.
Oh, because Lucio's also staring right at Clash. Like, I might be able to get you out, but now Clash is too deep. Other Lucio, it's gonna be Mad Jack's going for the challenge. Somehow Clash makes a live artillery strike committed. Sky goes down. Kablooey is gone as well. Kennesaw State backline eviscerated. Kenzen may be able to use this Blizzard ult just to get some Clash. Wow, Clash was knee deep in that backline. Gets eliminated, but not before also taking down Butters. Very scraggly fight happening. Prototype is gonna manage to sustain and wait for the supports to come back. Has Prophetic Flux online. Magic doesn't have beat in response. We could see a huge lift. The longer you wait, the more likely it is Magic will get that 13% to get beat.
Wait to see if they do opt to use it. Whereas
Let's
Kensaw has about everything available to them, but they're not going to need it right now. They have a Bastion in turret form with the window.
That sounded like a clue game. Now as we move into the next fight, again, we're gonna have dueling Sigma ultimate, dueling May ult, beats in response to both as well. Clash has decided to go over Sojourn. That was charged rail shots can be quite deadly to any squishy. Last fight, Kentucky was successful because they ulted first. We also have a May ult, but it gets eaten. Despacito attempting to go for the first ult. The response is Graphitic Flux. And then another May ult, will we see and the other Graphitic Flux is also used, so both beats have been used. No ults online, but Clash very close to his ult, as is Sky.
Looking to get the stagger on this Bastion, is gonna get it just as they get into wheels. Now trying to get the Lucio, but they are gonna be able to get away. The shield goes out to try and get some support. The ice wall up. Only one pushing point right now. It gets contested. Kentucky goes out the other side of the doors there. trying to find the Lucio, is going to do it in quick succession. Now targeting Andy, now going after Despacito, forced out ice block. Trades, no trades at all. It's just gonna be Kansas State. Whole lot of red in the kill feed. And that is now Kansas State capping the third point with 2 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock.
Score.
There's an important aspect of when you're working with flankers and going against flankers in particular. Typically, you know, it's a Reaper or maybe a Tracer, sometimes a Genji, that person who's gonna be at the off angle. You can't just let them be there, you need to force them out. Kennesaw had Widowmaker go on the off angle, go knee deep in the back line, get multiple eliminations on different occasions, but then that other moment when we were right at bookstore, touched the payload, because earlier they weren't forced out. Drops down, gets an elim, their team cleans up the rest. Force out the flanker, especially when they're right behind you and it's a Widowmaker.
Yep. Might as well spend the time hunting down a very mobility limited character. I mean, they do have grapple, which can get them out of quite a bit of situations when used, but it has a pretty good cooldown. So once they use it, they have to make sure nobody else can really follow up on them. So Kentucky probably should have turned around and maybe dealt with the Widowmaker while they had the chance.
I have no arguments against Colin's assessment as we are getting prepared to move into the second half of Kings Row. I see an Yari
Good to see you.
for our defensive squad, as well as a Hanzo and a Sojourn while attack. Looks like we might also have a Hanzo on attack as well.
Definitely not something we see very often. I don't think we've seen it very often on Nace so far, at least due to my recollection. Just gonna try and get around the statue here. Both barriers looking pretty low on the HP. Pylon's pretty out in the open. It's gonna go down. It's a decent piece of healing gone on a fair bit of cooldown. Andy playing around a car. There goes out wall. Might be able to try and get the pick on Prototype. The particle barrier goes out to try and stop any healing to get there. Ken's the one to get the pick on Kentucky's Hanzo first.
Despacito's beginning to get pinched inside of Hotel, forced to back off. Uses the wall, manages to not get rocked by Prototyper. Both teams just biding their time. Sigma looking to aggress around Mandata's statue. Ducks back in, grabs the health pack while Prototype's distracted with May. Gets rocked. However, Clario is eliminated for Kentucky. Andy, 80% and counting on Graphitic Flux, is going to be the first of the two Sigmas with it. To Bluey, instant hits Captive Sun as soon as it's online. Hits 4, ends up helping with the elimination on Butters after the explosion. Now everyone for Kentucky is forced back towards spawn. Clario is going to get a one-way ticket courtesy of Kablooey without even touching the door themselves. Andy also is going to have to join their team as we are 2 fights into the attack for Kentucky.
Here's the Lucio. Spots him, might be able to get the elimination on here. We see Kentucky get the regroup. They are now back at the choke point here. Kansas State's going to back off, looking to rotate around. Window does go out, gonna absorb a good amount of the damage, now retreat back into cover. This gives Kentucky the ability to press out a bit more in the open. Start the cap, there it goes out. Dragons, Beat, and Flux. All for their respective teams. Rock tries to get the Kentucky ultimate as well. They're gonna find Clario and Butters though. That's already 2 down, but they're gonna get Camp's guy. But now Kentucky's down 3. This could be the end of the fight, more than likely is.
Uh-oh, Hanzo trapped in a one-on-one, gets dangerously low, does survive after taking down Andy. It's been ult-dumping fights for both of these teams. Kenzen's coming online with this overclock, as well as Kablooey with another Captive Sun. Disruption Sphere from a Sojourn plus Captive Sun, probably enough to eliminate squishies. But before most of them make it to the archway, it's going to be Clash getting eliminated by Clario. Kentucky is hanging on. Despacito goes down right thereafter. Equalize as far as heroes are online. However, the respawn for our attacking squad of Kentucky are going to be faster. There's Captain Sun trying to give breathing room, as well as a little extra healing to the Baptiste. They all got corralled into one corner, and Clario again for Kentucky is going to be eliminated first.
One of those ultimates, you hear it, you start backing up almost basically immediately, unless you're a character that can eat that.
Sigma can.
Sigma can, which is definitely a possibility if Kablui's not careful the next time around, but we might not see the chance for Kablui to get another ultimate, as Kennesaw State's holding Kentucky here as they have sub 20 seconds. Gravitic's Flux is available, gonna go ahead and use it. Hide behind the cover there, not gonna risk it. Immortality was forced out as well. There's Dragons, Immortality goes down, gonna find Cam Sky. Clario is gonna get 2, and he gets another one, and just in the nick of time, they're going to start getting the capture on the point. However, though, there's still 2 threats to them right now, but they're gonna be dove by everybody else that's coming back from respawn. That's gonna be Kentucky capturing it, the payload in OT.
Kablooey for Kennesaw is not with the team. Last to spawn, all the way at third point. Opportunity to take Bookstore, gonna be rough without Kennesaw having to spend an ultimate. It could come in the form of Dragons or Prototype or Gravitic Flux. They're trying to bide their time in this small straightaway in front of Mega. Both Sigma's dueling it out. One already uses Rock, doesn't make contact with the 3 supporting Sig. Sig does finally claim the corner. Prototyper forcing back Kentucky, uses Gravitic Flux. I think one isn't it, it's Lucio, and they just have to use Immortality to keep Lucio alive. May is trapped in Bookstore though. This is a risky situation. May dives in, drops the Blizzard. It does allow Clario to, in the Chaos, pick up Flash. No one was per se in the Blizzard. The Prototyper has gone down. And Kablui's Pylon as well as Cam Sky's Immortality are expunged. Butters gets eliminated. Majak gets eliminated. And there goes Tenzin.
Could have been a clutch potential, but ultimately there was just too much on there. That ultimate perfectly separated Prototyper from the rest of the team, and even though they got a lot of support, being so connected and not in the LOS of the healers, they're able to live quite long, but now we're getting down to about a minute here as Kentucky's pushing to the second point. Gravitic's Flux used again for the side of Andy. It's gonna get 1 in it. It's not gonna get an elimination though. Kenzin now targeting Butters. Beat is used for this fight. Kenzin has bomb available for this. Gonna go ahead and get a stick. Doesn't get the elimination though, besides that on Immortality, but that is Immortality now forced out.
It is, and May is low. Cryo finally gets forced. Kenzin's gonna have to back off after taking a boot from Lucio. Now full health, getting a little bit of support from their team. Cam Sky goes down, Kennesaw is down, flex support, main support goes down for Kentucky. Majax is in spawn. Claria looking for an opportunity to use Blade. Can theoretically do so because Cam Sky is eliminated. Butters goes down. The longer you wait to use the ult, the harder it is to overcome any sort of disadvantage your team has losing your support. Unfortunately, with 6 seconds remaining, I don't even think Majax can Reddit frog his way to the payload.
It's gonna be very tough. There goes out Blade, finally an attempt to get that dash out. It was a little interesting to not see Blade be brought out at the very end. I surely thought that it was, but it did not. And just as you're talking about it, the longer you wait, the more you're gonna regret it when you don't use it, and that's exactly what happened.
It's the idea of pointing ultimates. When you go down one, you need to spend something, and you spend an ult to equalize. Or if one team spends an ult, you need to spend an ult. So you see Hanzo dropping down from the rafters, getting a multi-kill for their team. Nicely done. That's going to be Kings Row done. We're going to move on to Flashpoint. Is there really any question?
Yeah, there is. Now I have hope.
You have hope that we're going to see New Jump City?
No, I don't. No, I don't. Same argument I had last time. These teams are too serious right now, and Kentucky is on the back foot now. They are now a single map away from dropping and going down to third place, and coincidentally going to LCQ, which, as we talked about before, is a dogfight. You probably don't want to find yourself in LCQ.
However, I will give credit to both these teams. If you're going to be stuck in LCQ, you might as well be the third place team, which means you're kind of top of the rung as far as everyone that's stuck down there.
Yeah.
But it's everybody. It's not just your division. So with that being said, Can Kentucky pull this back in their favor? Are they going to start the reverse sweep? Send us to push? Send us to escort? Well, it's all up to Flashpoint, which we haven't gotten confirmation on, but from the faces I'm seeing behind the camera, it looks like we might have confirmation. It's probably going to be Servasa.
We don't quite know, though. I mean, we know it is. We know it is going to be. I don't know why we're playing ourselves with this hopeful talk. However, though, I will keep it a little lighter on the note. If we are going to see Servasa, we've seen a bit of different comps, especially today. We've seen the Battle Cattle comp. Yep, we've seen a Doomfist come out in Servasa as well. We already know there's a certain one character you're going to bring out no matter what, but what would be the other 4? In your dream composition, I guess.
In my dream composition, personally, I like that Reinhardt, Symmetra, Bastion, Lucio, Baptiste comp. I think it's crazy that that comp is crafted in a way that, you know, if you have someone running the Symmetra who knows how their tank thinks, it is borderline unbeatable. It's not GOATS 2.0 where it's literally a game of rock, paper, well, a game of tic-tac-toe that's a null-sum game when played perfectly. However, out-rotating and having higher mobility than the enemy team, which Lucio typically allows your team to have that, but then you add the Sim TP on top of it, it's incredible. Now, if you want to counter that, you go War of Attrition, you go spam, you go hard dive, and you blow them up. You can do either or, but the question is, what are we going to see coming out from both of these compositions? We have seen that Ryan Sin comp already. Will we see it again here as we jump into Servasa is my question.
I think we're gonna see JQ from the side of Kennesaw State. Something about it lets me know they're gonna break it apart a little bit, and we're gonna see. And
we did see that Jotes variant on Lei Zhang, so you're not wrong. They could theoretically do it. However, it was so quickly brought down because of the Mei walls, which, yes, they had their own Mei too, but Mei is what you do to make a JQ1 to swap. So if you theorize that the enemy team's already going to be rolling out on Mei, because we've not seen a different composition come out yet.
Mei makes a lot of people swap.
She makes me angry.
Very. Even with the, it's not even really nerf. The walk back, do you consider the walk back of Freeze really nerf?
No.
Yeah.
Because then they made the icicle do 100 damage.
Yeah.
So if someone hits a headshot on you, you're already kind of dead.
Yeah. It already had the potential to pretty much just kind of like that Hanzo Dream arrow of you'd find the lucky head and you all of a sudden that's the team fight for you right there.
Yeah.
Now it sort of did that even in the past. Now it does it even better of, I just sort of find some heads with icicles and that's damage for you. However, though, I will say I don't think I've seen, I feel like every time I've seen Mei on screen, it has been left clicking.
We have seen one headshot from an icicle that was on King's Row where someone met the open end of it. Okay.
So one. But I imagine you'd agree for 99% of the other time.
Yes.
They're left clicking. They're slowing down with the combination of wall.
The duality of Mei is you've got the poke phase icicles, and then you're able to then go to your normal primary fire and, you know, just start using that, which hits multiple people when you're sweeping with it, and then you icicle someone. Getting rid of deep freeze, I think, was better for the health of the game's ecosystem because Mei with the deep freeze, the slow. We were supposed to go away from CC in Overwatch 2. We didn't. We're bringing it back. Cassidy, grenade, you can't move at all. No movement ability is allowed with grenade. Then we brought back deep freeze. Brigitte got her stun back in Rally. She doesn't always stun, but she got it back. She can still stun a Doomfist and a Reinhardt, though, during their charge abilities. So CC has been creeping back in. I'm glad deep freeze was taken away.
I do think that makes sense to, if that's part of the mechanic of the rest of the game, to work in that sense of when a Rein charges a Rein or a Doom, they stun. When a Doom does the same to the other characters that do it, they stun. So it does, I guess, physics-wide, Brig, half the size of both of them.
In Rally,
still
stun anybody.
Yes. Oh, anybody. But I still do like they can stun a charging Ryan or,
Yes.
or a Charge Doofus. I'd still do like that that change or that keep a little bit, which they actually, how do you like that break change back of 280? Because now that combo they have is back to being pretty deadly.
I do not like the phrasing of making her aim ability more rewarding, because I'm like, it's whip shot.
Fair. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do agree with that statement.
And as the person who was stuck as playing Brigitte a lot with the on a Brig composition, it does not make me happy because it's going to bring it back. So it means less Lucio, more Brig. But these teams seem to agree it is less Brigitte, more Lucio. As we have Kablooey back on that Lucio, but Kentucky says we don't need a Lucio. Madjax taking up the mantle of the Iari for Kentucky. Despacito's gone. Butters was eliminated. Kennesaw walking forward on these skates with Lucio, rocking Andy, and that is everybody for Kentucky eliminated. Points captured for Kennesaw.
Yeah, this was actually about the comp I was expecting from Kennesaw State, minus the Sig. I was expecting the May, the Sojourn, the Lucio, and the BAP, but I was not expecting the Sig. I was expecting a little bit more of a line, or that JQ. That is what I talked about. I thought they were honestly going to bring that up. But they do take first point. It's already up to 50, charging up quickly, as Flashpoint normally does. We see 3 taking a fight here right now, this little corner piece. Despacito's going to find an opening pick. We have seen Ash become a little bit more popularized on Flashpoint, especially this first point.
Andy is walled off. Kennesaw just choosing to back away. Kablooey gets eliminated while they're trying to disengage. Clario back on that Genji. Andy coming up on Gravitic Flux. No beat in sight for Kablooey. The question is, Andy, are you going to do it in time before Kablooey gets this beat?
Wait and see, there's Flux. Brock is not going to find the savior. Immortality used. There's Dynamite. Window for the side of Kentucky committed as well. There goes Flux for the side of Kentucky. It's going to find 2 for him with the help of Despacito. Bluey gets 1. Clario's going to get back. However, Brock not going to find anything. And just a lone prototyper is going to go down. And that's Kentucky. They got first point.
I was anticipating Kablooey to commit the Lucio B because it was the last fight for this point. Instead, we have May get a tippy toe on it. Kablooey come in, gets eliminated. Captive Sun onto Kenzin. Kenzin also eliminated. Prototype swaps to the Doomfist, gets eliminated. The touch and go was not working for Kennesaw. Thankfully, Kablooey did not expunge beat on the last-ditch effort to get control of that flashpoint as we move on to the next one. I mean, it's first to 3, so it's fine if we lose.
Sitting outside a point, they're back onto it. A little bit of high ground, a little bit of low ground split for the side of Kentucky here. Bob is available, so is Blade. Side of Kensaw, though, they got Blizzard, Overclock, and Beat, which Beat should be able to help them counter some of these ultimates. Wall's not going to find anything. There goes out Blizzard as well. Isn't going to find a support. They're going to just opt to leave it. Clash is going to pick it up, though. Get 2. Prototyper gets 1 as well. Is Kensaw taking first point? But Kensaw took first point first time as well, and they were not able to hold it.
Kablooey still has beat. We are 3 fights past when Kablooey got this beat.
Surprise did not use it. Blade and Bob were also using that fight as well and did not use it. But I guess if they were able to shut it down effectively,
yeah, it just
why use it? Yeah.
Kablooey has not seen the need for it. I will say, hang on to it at this point, because Andy has ult is a good idea. I'm hoping we get a second Gravitic Flux that is countered by a Lucio beat today, but if it doesn't happen, I fully understand.
There's Flux. Is going to find Clash right there. There's Beat committed. Also going to try and get Butters. Immortality forced out as well. A very low Alari is going to be able to get out. This either goes down. Clary is going to be able to get Kablooey, though. on the trade. Pushing up too far, getting a little overzealous. There's the counter flux. Targeting Andy is going to get the elimination for it. Oh, and a rock to the face.
Clario, Butters, Magjax all falling. There's the spawn. As I mentioned, when you start chasing and claiming space outside the flashpoint, suddenly you were at the enemy spawn. Tied one aside. Walking over to the garden. We have Window, Captive Sun on Kentucky, Blizzard for Kennesaw State. That is it. There's nothing to counter Blizzard as other than the immortality for Kentucky. However, Clario theoretically can deflect it, or Andy could use hand on it and eat it. Have we seen that happen once already? Yes. As we lose Butters for Kentucky. That's automatically a fight win for Kennesaw. There is no pushing in for Kentucky. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. It's just Baptiste chilling out, Camp Sky. Fun point. Kennesaw will lock it down. As you mentioned earlier, though, Kennesaw did manage to lock down the first objective. Didn't go so in their favors. Kenton takes a pot shot from Magjax. Captive Sun engaged. Doesn't go through shields anymore, Magjax. Immortality used, Baptiste, Cam Sky goes down to Magjack eventually, but no one got hit with that Captive Sun. Clario dashes to Lucio, gets low, saved by their own team Sigma Shield from the rock. If that rock hit him, he would have been eliminated. Chasing Kennesaw State out of the objective, Kentucky finally locks it down when we're at 44%.
It doesn't quite matter that they even really got to 44% because by the time they get to the next fight and are in it, it'll already be up to there, and Kentucky will have effectively 3 ults at their disposal, but Kennesaw State will also have that as well.
Hit Q first. That is what's important. They hit Windows at the same time.
Which has been happening a lot in these games. There goes out Blitter as well, not eaten this time. Oh, gotta get the elimination on Butters. There goes Overclock as well. Tenzin forced into Cryo Freeze. Very low Despota goes down, and that is going to be Kennesaw State taking back the point. Kentucky all the way to 66. If they move fast, they will get the touch here. I mean, they will, even if they move slow.
Kentucky's going to be a little worse for wear with Prototyper's Gravitic Flux online. It's been very successful. Nothing to save them but Immortality or Andy landing the rock on the Prototyper to make sure that they are stunned out of the ultimate. First, we have Gravitic Flux from 1. Andy does not pick anybody up. Prototyper now with Gravitic Flux also doesn't pick anybody up. So 1 for 1 with non-successful lifts. However, the zoning ability of the ultimates comes through for Kennesaw State, and they now have 2 flashpoints in their favor.
All they have is Kamui's Beat, which is enough to counter Blade.
You may not even need it.
May not even need it. They were able to shut it down last time it got used, so we're gonna see if they can do that again. Rock is gonna miss onto Andy here. Might be able to find Andy out of position. There goes Beat right there. Trying to get some picks on some very low supports and back lines. Some squishies. There goes that Rock, and a dodge Rock by using the ultimate Sunstreak, but I don't think they got anybody. Did it get eaten? I don't think it got eaten.
I think it landed right in front of Prototyper.
I think it did.
We were chasing everyone so far. Point has unlocked. No one procced the capture just yet. It's going to be Kentucky to do so. Andy, first to make contact. We're going into this next fight with Clash having Overclock and Butters for Kentucky having Amplification Matrix online. Amplification Matrix can be popped in response to Clash using ult initially just to force back all of Kennesaw. Well, to force Kennesaw to back off and get into the point. We'll have to see how Butters chooses to use his ultimate.
DC swap from the Genji into another Shimada. With the bow one this time, going for Hanzo.
No Kiriko though, no Hashimura.
Nope, we do not see the 3-piece come out, but they're now officially pushing on the point here. They get walled off though. The Immortality comes just in time. Gonna save Andy. Here's Clash on their way back right now. Here's Flux. Immortality is available, but it doesn't matter. They can't use it if they don't have the character alive to do it.
My favorite thing is to see a Sigma hang on to the rock to rock the enemy Sig when they are using Grasp. Don't let them get the sustain. Don't let them get the advantage from the extra health pool. Save your rock for that.
Same idea as holding on to sleep to try and counter that same ult. You might sleep the... There is no on in this game, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway. Getting back into the action here. Kennesaw State at 90.
This could be the last fight. If they can get in and lock it down.
They do have the ult available to make it so. That is if they're able to execute well. Walls used, trying to find the headshots with the overclock. Was able to quite do it. Does get rid of immortality. There it is. There's an elimination. A couple more to follow up. Now trying to find the Hanzo. Is going to do it with the boop. Kalabui. And this is going to be Kennesaw State taking map 3 with the final point, as nobody from the side of Kentucky is able to touch, and that is Kennesaw State being the victors of this series, and they will push on to accompany RIT in the playoffs.
That does mean Kentucky has to go down to last chance qualifiers. We're going to take a quick look at Prototyper here on the Sigma, getting our play of the game. And it is that Gravitic Flux that was used right after a Lucio you beat earlier. Absolutely devastational. You got to play the game of chicken. If you have ult and I have ult, whomever hits it first loses. But for now, congratulations, Kennesaw State. You guys are going to move on to the playoff rounds. And best of luck to Kentucky in the last chance qualifiers.
Really good matchup. Really good matchup at the end of the day. We just saw, this was about, like I said, as even as these two teams could get, right? They've won against the same teams. They lost against the same teams. It's about as even as it get. And to me, this clearly sets out who really won their positions in this division. It is RIT. It is then Kennesaw State. It is then Kentucky. There's a pretty hard line between all these teams. So it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out in the playoffs between RIT and Kennesaw State, and to see if Kentucky will make it through LCQ.
Well, only time will tell, and we ourselves are going to take a little bit of time here to take a quick break and then get our bearings about us. We'll have some post-game contact for you guys. We'll also leave you with the top 5 plays of the game, brought to you by Mavix Gaming Chairs. Be sure to feel the difference, but we'll be back here with more Overwatch action in just a bit, so don't go anywhere. Compositions and go for the rush brawl comms, or if we're going to see kind of more untouchable.
They have sub 20 seconds. Gravitic Flux is available, gonna go ahead and use it. Hide behind the cover there, not gonna risk it. Immortality was forced out as well. There's Dragons, Immortality goes down, gonna find Cam Sky. Cario is gonna get 2.
Kentucky was successful because they ulted first. We also have a male, but it gets eaten. Despacito attempting to go for the first ult. The response is Gravitic Flux. And then another male ult. Will we see and the other Gravitic Flux is also used, so both beats have been used. No ults online, but Clash very close to his ult. As
both windows they're like using pretty much parallel to each other. Spear gets used. I think it did find the BAP. Wasn't able to get the elimination though, however. And there goes out Terra along the combination of Blizzard, and now just charging it up nearly 500% all the way. Going to see. Out of Kensaw though, they got Blizzard, Overclock, and Beat, which Beat should be able to help them counter some of these ultimates. Wall's not going to find anything. There goes out Blizzard as well. Isn't going to find a support. They're going to just opt to leave it. Clash is going to pick it up though. Get 2. Prototyper gets 1 as well. Alari is going to be able to get out. This Diva goes down. Clary is going to be able to get Koglu though on the trade. Pushing up too far, getting a little overzealous. There's the counter Flux. Targeting Andy, is going to get the elimination for it. Oh, and a rock to the face.
Clario, Butters, Madrax, all falling. There's the spawn, as I mentioned. welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. My name's Artemis Rain, and I'm currently your host. Joined by me is KhazixMayJump, and also joining us virtually in studio is going to be Kenzen, coming in from our team of Kennesaw State, who have successfully secured their way going into playoffs. How are you doing, Kenzen?
Doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty great. I know, so on our first map of Lijiang Tower, you guys rolled out on the JQ, but then you swapped over to the Battle Cattle. And honestly, I love seeing Battle Cattle, so it made me very happy. You guys had a very dominant performance. But one thing I really want to ask is, during Final Fight, was it a plan to have Terror Surge and the Blizzard used at the exact same time? Because that's not a combo I normally see.
It wasn't. Originally, I got separated from them, but I said I had mailed, so that was going to be our plan to bust us out of that scenario. And Prototyper, he just happened to have the Terror Surge, so might as well go all in.
Okay, so Colin's going to throw you a very May-specific question, and you can be completely transparent with us regarding how you feel about it. I personally I've given my answer once about it, so if we're opposites, I completely understand.
So not the walk back of the cryo freeze was just your left flick, the full freeze. What's your opinion on it?
You talking about like the going back to the 100 damage?
The removal of her freeze effect on her left click.
I love it. Absolutely, I love it. 100 DPS on a left click. I mean, I typically play Genji, and I hate having that left click, so I knew that putting Claro against that would not be a fun time for him either.
Valid. I like it.
I mentioned going Genji against the Mei wasn't a good idea.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, you guys are now staring down the path of playoffs. Is there any teams that you were worried about or excited to play against?
I know my team really enjoys playing against UT Dallas, so we were really excited to play against them. We've been longtime friends with some of their players, but looking forward to a really good set with them again.
Well, I'm hopefully going to be able to watch that match go down. UT Dallas, of course, as you mentioned, they're a great group of players. They're also a great group of people, so I hope you have a blast during that game, whether it be on broadcast or off broadcast. But Kenz, thank you so much for joining us here. Congratulations on your victory, and good luck with the remainder of the season if we don't have the opportunity to talk with you again.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
And for those of us here at the Star League studio, we are going to take a quick break before we jump into our final match of the evening. And we'll want to send you away with a quick message from our sponsor of Truth. Truth is America's largest nonprofit organization.
So let's call it what it is. It's a breath of...
Tell me what you said.
Yeah, he's playing in the other team as we know.
All right.
Enjoy my ASMR shoving goldfish.
Clash pretty much at third point right there. Trying to find the Lucio is going to do it. He's very low. Disputa goes down, and that a Kensaw though. They got Blizzard, Overclock, and Beat, which Beat should be able to help them counter some of these ultimates. Wall's not going to find anything. There goes out Blizzard as well.
Welcome back to the Naystar League studio. We are here with the final Overwatch game of the day. Boise State is going to be going up against Mizzou. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Artemis Rain, and we have been talking about that this is a day of choose your destiny because the past two games have been extremely high stakes, and I'm told that that is the same case now, isn't it, Artie?
Yes, and for those who are not familiar with the history of these two teams, Mizzou, the Broncos, pretty good friends. They're a real sweet school. Their director's also super nice. However, Boise State, early season, underperformed. We saw some of those mistakes live on broadcast, Periso being their Achilles heel. Now, with this underperformance that they have had, comes with the caveat, if they don't win today, they're gone. A last chance qualifiers, away with you, Broncos. So, do they have the opportunity to maintain the second place position and go to playoffs? Or are they going to have to work their way through an LCQ? Well, that's ultimately up to them.
Ultimately up to them, and they're not the only ones at stake of losing to going to LCQs. Mizzou currently sitting at 4-1. Should they lose this, they will definitely be going to third place in the overall region. So whoever team wins this, Nerdy said, controls their destiny. But we started off with Western Kentucky going up against Missouri State. Oklahoma Christian then faced off against UT Dallas, and both of those were 3-0s.
And then we just saw Kennesaw State and Kentucky go head-to-head, and Kennesaw walked away to 3-0 victory. And the first map we have chosen is actually a little creative. I mean, I'm not judging. It's going to be Antarctic.
The interesting thing, though, is that Boise State has started off on Antarctica before. So whenever we see them come around, they usually start off on this stage. So maybe it was their choice, maybe not. But they do have experience on it.
What? We're looking at Horizon Lunar Colony right now?
I mean, maybe just a throwback, I suppose, to show us that it is Boise State going up against Mizzou.
I mean, if we're going to do throwbacks, Colin said that today is the day to go with the classics, and Horizon Lunar Colony was a classic 2CP.
Or you could just pick the new stage if you want 2CP again.
Yes.
But we won't get into that.
No, because it's not legal until playoffs for NACE. And when we get to that map, it is all out brawl.
But for this stage, always a lot of exciting opportunities, and we're starting in the caves, which normally is usually my favorite. We've seen a lot of Bastion, and that is not going to change. I do see one being brought out. Boise State going with the SIG, and Mizzou going with much the same, except for one of the DPSs. Boise State is bringing out a Junkrat, whereas Mizzou is bringing out a Genji.
We've got Ami Salami on this Baptiste and Ashley on Lucio. Moose on the Junkrat for Boise State goes down. Kel shortly thereafter. That is your middle ground backline of Chosen gone. Plato is deleted. Lyric is the last player standing. He's going to get eviscerated as well. Point lock to Mizzou.
But silver lining, Plato is using the Lego skin on the Bastion, so we do have that. Already shots being exchanged through one of the chokes. Clairvoyant taking a little bit of chip damage, but not enough to threaten his overall standing.
Clairvoyant is an extremely strong front line to have for any team. The Sigma matchup between Clairvoyant and Kel is currently favoring Clairvoyant just a little bit. Backstab Bud on this Genji creates a level of dynamicness for Mizzou that the Broncos do not have with Junkrat. Junkrat, yes, you can do some poopy things, but Genji allows for off-angling a bit stronger. However, Backstab Bud goes down. Plato and Kel shortly thereafter from Boise State, so might as well have been a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Mizzou.
Mizzou sitting on a lot of ultimates is going to basically have all 5 available for this next fight. Backstab Bud, all he needs is a few hits and he'll have his charged up. Boise State slowly moving toward the point. They'll have a whole bunch of ultimates to use themselves. They're just not as charged up, so this next fight could be quite chaotic.
We see Kel force the point. Follow up from Plato with artillery strike. Takes down Tommy Salami. If you're Mizzou, you're 70% captured. If you don't want to spend an ult, that's fine, but Backstab Bud dashes through Moose, equalizing hero power on the field. Gambit expelled. Artillery strike trying to equalize and put things more in Mizzou's favor. We do see another elimination come out on the Backstab Bud. This could be finally a lost fight for Mizzou as Tiger's coming all the way from spawn from Moose. There's nobody there.
And he isn't able to get to the other team before the tire explodes. Fortunately, yeah, he was swapping over to the Widow anyway, so maybe wanted to see if he could get maybe some mileage out of the ult he already had charged up.
I'm sure Backstab Bud is going to have a ball of a time now that there is a Widowmaker on the enemy team. You are Genji's target. The sword would like to know your location, Moose. We have Gravitic Flux from Clairvoyant. Lyric responds with beats, so no one gets eliminated. Kel responds with his own Gravitic Flux and whiffs. Plato accidentally blows himself up with a grenade. Blade goes through, takes down Immortality. Moose finds Tommy Salami. Lyric gets Backstab Bud. Point is flipped right now for Boise State, but not positive if they'll be able to maintain as Kel gets rocked. Moose is gone, Lyric is gone. We have 8 seconds for the Broncos to get a foothold, flip this back in their favor, and win, as unfortunately they lose Chosen. Looks like Mizzou's gonna walk away with the first point victory.
Kel tries to get one last touch on the point, but it is not to be. Tigers will claim the first map of control. Boise State will have to win 2 in a row should they want this overall round to go to them. Quick look at some of the replays, and it's just a lot of trouble for Boise State really locking down any sort of elimination.
You're a fan of my tunes? Of course. They are delightfully.
Zoo is just showing that they can play the same heroes and be just as, if not more effective than the Broncos at executing them.
I think it came down to an issue with composition and not swapping fast enough from the perspective of the Broncos. Truly the Junkrat and Bastion. Junkrat, unless you have both of your landmines in place, you're pretty much a sitting duck if you try to off-angle. Bastion, yeah, you can again off-angle, but you have limited movement. So instead, they're gonna go with the Symmetra from Moose this time to allow for a little bit more mobility for Boise State. Lyric still on the Lucio. Backstab Bud, steadfast on the Genji. Is Genji going to be stronger going into what Boise State has right now, considering turrets from Moose can slow down this Genji and make dashing in and dashing out harder, but if you have Clairvoyant walking through and making sure you're playing Minesweeper, things get a little bit easier as Moose is also going to be eliminated first for Boise State. Mizzou going on the assault right now, trying to eliminate the remaining stragglers of the Broncos.
Kel extremely low on health, but still hangs in there. Get rid of Backstab Bud. Ashley is the next on the list for the Broncos. They move on to the point. Mizzou captures it first, but all these eliminations piling up means it won't be long until the Broncos have it back. Looking at just what everyone has, Boise State also sitting very close on this window and artillery. Mizzou also going to have their window online for this next fight.
Gravitic Flux from Clairvoyant is very close to being online, 77%, 80% and counting. Kel dwindling, almost now hitting 70. Only option to survive through Graphitic is going to be window or beat from Lyric. Lyric's 15% off. It's theoretically in the cards, but Ashley and Tommy Salami going depth, both getting eliminated for the side of Mizzou, as well as Gambit shortly thereafter. That is a full reset for Mizzou. They're not going to be able to continue to keep this pressure, and the longer they stagger, the harder it is to reclaim this point. Now we're going to be encroaching on that 50% mark, actually the 60% range by the time Mizzou gets into their next full fight going up against Boise State for claiming this point.
Both Sigmas have their Gravitics. The problem is that both Lucios just about near have their beats as well. So unless one can be popped, maybe before Mizzou's can be charged, you might be able to get some mileage out of it. But every moment I speak, we get one closer, and now we are definitely going to have both beats available.
All right, 4 ult pops here now. Lift, beat, beat. But we're starting with Plato's artillery strike. There is lifts coming from Clairvoyant. Tommy Salami gets eliminated by Plato. Cal gets eliminated by Gambit's artillery strike. Neither Lucio popped, beat, backstab, but capitalizing on the lack of sound barriers projected, and Lyric solo beats himself.
Good amount of charge, though, gained for the Broncos. Oh, Boise State did use their beat.
Yeah.
Lyric,
yeah.
oh no.
Yep.
Dang.
Yeah.
That bites.
Solo beaten.
Oh boy. Well, we have seen slip-ups like that from the Broncos before. Mizzou has got to be thanking their lucky stars that they did that. Boise State still has their own lift, but Mizzou, unlike Boise State, didn't solo beat, so they'll be able to counter this. Yep, up goes the lift, there goes the beat, and we're back to where we started for the Broncos. Mizzou keeps control of the point. See if the Broncos can still power through. Plato does get rid of the immortality field. Lyric and Kel, without any ultimates, do manage to get some picks, and Moose and Lyric do cleanup duty. So Boise State will take the point back despite not having any ults.
We look at ult advantage in this next engage. Window, wall, artillery strike, all favoring Boise State, whereas the only thing Mizzou will have is Graphitic Flux, and we are in last fight territory, let alone last touch territory. If you're Mizzou, 2%, so it means Genji and Stash and get the touch. Window procced on platform, as well as wall to make it extremely difficult to gain this middle zone and walk through the choke point. Clairvoyant, Ashley, Gambit, Tommy Salami, all fall for Mizzou, and that is Boise State taking map 2. Well, it's taking the second sub-map here for Antarctica.
That means that in this case, we are going to be heading to Flank City, if you will. Whole lot of side routes you can take. Not quite as deadly without a Zarya there to constantly bubble you, but still. Do you like the realization of Boise State of just using the high ground available to them on the point, making sure that they're in a very tough position to retake, just letting that Bastion do what he does best and pump out DPS. All the Penguins
Huddled together for warmth.
I'm concerned
Wait,
about
one just popped into existence.
Oh no. We'll get to that paranormal activity. In the meantime, we got to focus on the task at hand. Gambit already getting a pick. Plato swinging around to get a flank onto Mizzou. They drop the Immor field. He has to get rid of that. Mizzou still stays up 1 in this first team fight. Boise State is forced back.
Unfortunately, Plato went to go take the off angle, but couldn't get there fast enough, and that is what spelled doom for Tel. That forward pressure from Bastion, extremely important. Bastion not there, your tank gets blown up. We have Moose swapping over to Farah, forcing Lyric to go to Mercy. Plato will find the elimination onto Ashley. This is forward. This is the opportunity for the Broncos to claim space and push forward as Moose gets eliminated by Gambit. Plato returns the favor, eliminating Tommy Salami. You might see a res come out from Lyric onto Moose. Don't know just yet. Yes, there it is. As Clairvoyant attempts to rock Mercy, but does not land. And point is slowly capping towards the Broncos.
Lyrics, so low on health and got taken out. Moose is all alone on point. Clairvoyant low, but tries to regain health. The wall goes up, and Immorfield to bail him out and keep him alive. Now Kel's low on health, and Clairvoyant has his health bar just about charged up again. Moose eliminates Tommy Salami, but that's going to be the only thing Broncos have to show for themselves. Plato using artillery, but a lot of Mizzou is spread out, so they can walk out of the way. Clairvoyant did take a good bit of damage, however, and gets rocked out of the sky.
The artillery strike was to allow Lyric to pop in, get the res, and also for Chosen to walk in and use windows. So it was calculated, but these calculations are happening too slow for Boise State. You have a time limit on your exam, and so far 64% of the time has elapsed, and that time has all been capitalized on by Mizzou.
Mizzou has swapped over to the Diva for their tank pick.
Yes, Clairvoyant Diva, give me the Diva.
See how well it works out for them. They're also on the Ashe, so a lot of your favorite picks here, Nerdy Mizzou. So they're trying to win brownie points with you.
The one caveat is the Mei. That's just because I have a love-hate relationship with the Mei as a Diva/Lucio player, but we have Moose come in with a Rocket Barrage. Meets the Icicle from Backstab Bud. It's probably a little boot from a Diva. Diva will take down Chosen. That's Clairvoyant getting 2K. Lyric, Chosen comes, apologies. Kel uses Graphitic to no avail, does not pick anybody up. Chosen will get rezzed in the process, so it's probably once again just more of a distraction than trying to utilize it for eliminations. Mizzou is pushing into what remains of the back line of the Broncos. Full supports are gone.
This is not a good situation for the Broncos. Mizzou is charging past 80%, and the rest of their team is getting staggered out. There has to be... I hope there is a large self-destruct, but Mizzou did such a good job running out the timer for the Broncos.
Yeet it. Just yeet it. That's one bubble. Yeet it. Throw it, Clairvoyant. I know there's still an immortality, but throw it.
Always hope. Kel
There
almost
it is.
taken out. There's
Green
the Immort. Your green light is here.
On.
Throw out that
Come on.
self-destruct. There it goes toward Boise State. It doesn't pick up anybody, but Mizzou's still in a situation. Boise State didn't even touch the point. Oh, boy. Well, we've been in this situation before, haven't we? You know what Mizzou needs to do now? Bring out well, Boise State has the choice of map, so I don't think that they would choose that. But if I was Mizzou and I somehow magically had choice of map, I'd bring it out right now to rub salt in the wound.
I would too. I wouldn't blame them in any way, shape, or form for doing so. However, Broncos, it's their turn. They've been choosing Eichenwald a lot lately, also considering that Matt Merck, their other tank player, and Clear are not here today to be playing tank. Theoretically, we could see Eichenwald because, you know, Matt Merck hates Ike. He probably would protest the Eichenwald pick. But if they're really trying to secure the victory here, you go Kings.
Now, we're talking about how close things are in their particular division, West Central 1. There are 3 teams that are really in contention for going to playoffs. Boise State and Mizzou, obviously, but then there's Oakland. And Oakland has a bye this week, so we already know their record is 5-1. Boise State is at 5-0, and Mizzou's at 4-1. So if Mizzou wins this, they force a 3-way tie for first in West Central.
Oh, I think it goes to map differential for that one to determine who actually ends up going to playoffs at that point. So all of these maps that the Broncos have lost, because so far they've only had, I believe, one 3-0 sweep, could be their Achilles heel and send them into LCQ when we go to the tiebreaker, which is, of course, just some quick math by the side. Well, not quick math. It's math for the TOs, so tournament operators have fun with that one. But yeah, if they've been in the inconsistency,
yeah, that might not
punished,
be. Yeah,
could be.
Could ultimately come back to bite them. That's a very almost tragically poetic twist in terms of a storyline. As if I was writing a thriller novel, I could not have paced it any better myself. Because all this time we've been seeing Boise State take a loss here, take a loss there.
Yeah, but they bring it back in due time. But map differential matters when you're in a 3-way tie.
Mizzou, this is the only way for them to be in the running for a natural ticket to playoff. They did a great job on Antarctica. Really, after this first team fight here in the caves, Boise State wasn't really able to regroup or gain any sort of foothold. And this stage here, Boise State won it, but there were still some questionable decisions made.
There were, including a solo beat on a Lucio. We'll have to see if similar mistakes are made as we progress into the next stage. We're still waiting on the teams to decide what map they would like to go into for our hybrid. Of course, we are just assuming, rolling with, not getting our hopes up of King's Row. We can take a look at Backstab Bud coming in with the Genji Blade. Slices and dices through Moose as Gambit blew up Chosen, and there's that solo beat I was talking about. No one else got the beat from Lyric except for Lyric.
And this was a good bit of a final hold from Boise State. They realized that they could get the high ground. They just had to place the window down, and then Plato would be free to rain terror down from above. But then things did not go the Broncos' way in terms of Mizzou. Not only did they get a win, but they chose some of Artie's favorite heroes as well.
I got to see Diva play for the first time today. Makes me very happy. Unfortunately, okay. Throw as much shade as you want at me for this one. I understand the Mercy, her concept is not very difficult, but her movement, if you use it properly, I do believe Lyric could have survived in that first fight, that fight that we just saw Lyric get blown up in. I really think that just comes down to not calculating how to use your cooldowns, not slingshotting far enough, not using your GA properly, and biting the bullet. Also here, Mercy should have slingshotted further to the right side. Just as someone who has a disgusting amount of hours on Mercy and Lucio, Lyric, come on. Yeah, I know that you're not as dedicated to the Mercy play as I am, and I know Moose was the one who forced you on that, but bruh.
And do you think that was an overall good choice? Because that was pretty sudden, and Lyric had to move over and dedicate fully to that.
No, because the thing with Bastion players is what you're looking for, and we're going to King's Row. No big shock.
Okay, cool.
Okay, the thing with Bastion players, especially when you are Bastion v Bastion, you want to force enemy wheels first. So you're going to force the Bastion into turret form, and then you on Bastion will then round the corner in turret form yourself, either having the extra second or having the extra 6 if you wait out the entirety of the enemy team's turret form. But what is your FAR doing? If there is a lack of communication between your two DPS in that instance, or no one calls the Bastions and wheels, that pharmacy, easy pickings. You cannot round the corner when the Bastion is in wheel form, and unfortunately, you need your Bastion going on wheels and your FAR off-angling and jump jetting into the air at the exact same time so that there is multiple angles of pressure and multiple angles of pressure being relieved on your front line. Just didn't happen. So
and
our FAR got blown
and the
up.
fact that it was such a sudden pick and Lyric just had to instantly react to it makes me think that there wasn't any of that coordination that would have been needed to make that FAR Mercy comp successful.
Probably not, and that boils down to communication. I mean, also FAR being in the middle of the objective is never really something you want to see. So we'll have to wait and figure out what composition the Broncos decide to roll out on this one, because Mizzou looking pretty strong with Clairvoyant frontlining on that Sigma, progressively being in charge of, well, leading as far as the Gravitic Flux charge goes. But I will admit, Kel had some nasty rocks to prevent Clairvoyant from actually being successful with those Gravitic Fluxes. So if we see this type of counterplay continuing to happen and the calculations there, we could theoretically see a more successful game for the Broncos. I mean, Kings Row back in the day used to be their bread and butter. Can it be today, though?
Boise State going up against Mizzou. Like many of the matches today, this one has huge implications for who actually goes to finals and who gets sent down to LCQ. And, you know, again, when you think about the teams that if you qualify for LCQ, you'd have to go up against, you got the likes of Maryville and St. Clair. I mean, it is just so rough if you're in the bottom seed.
Yes, if you claw your way up through last chance qualifiers, you then face the #1 seed from there on out. Never fun. It's exhausting. I wish anyone the best of luck. We've seen some fabulous hero stories happen from LCQs, but it's tough. Especially because LCQs co-align with a lot of schools' finals. Too much stress. The best thing you can do, avoid it altogether and get yourself a ticket to playoffs.
That's what both these teams are fighting for as we head on down to Kings Row. I just have a feeling, I have a hunch that we aren't going to be seeing, I have a hunch we're going to be going to overtime. I think this is going to be a long, drawn-out one.
I don't know if we're going to go 6-3 as we did earlier with the UTD game. I do predict it will likely be a 3-4 game. And one team may just have to get one. I think OT is going to consist of one team having to get 33%.
That's fair, because that would mean that it would have been such a slog through the push and regulation time. They just didn't have much time to work with. Now we see what we see a lot here on Kings Row, setting up on the top floor. You see a Mei being brought out by Mizzou, but it isn't a full brawl composition since they're still sticking on their SIG.
Mei Bastion. So Moose once again is rolling out on Junkrat. So typically we see teams still roll in with the Mei or roll in with the Symmetra and allow for the TP onto high ground. But the caveat is you have a Reinhardt. So this time we're going with the Sigma. Kel gets rocked by Clairvoyant. Dangerously low. Immortality will be procced from Chosen and eliminated by Backstab, but Ashley gets eliminated by Chosen. Gambit does as well by Moose. Lyric falls to Clairvoyant as Moose is camping out by the mini pack inside Hotel. That's going to be the point starting to cap in favor of the Broncos, and they managed to stagger Mizzou quite heavily.
When we're talking about possible overtime, you want to have as much time in your bank, so getting it on your first push. Good news for the Broncos. They'll secure the payload, probably leave Lyric to do payload duty. So Mizzou, how far are they pushing up? They've gotten to the arch, and Boise State hasn't pushed up themselves, so they're all going to be grouped up together. Gambit gets a pick on the Moose with his grenade. Mizzou already up 1.
Clairvoyant beginning to gain the space through archways, choosing to stick with just some spam damage, doesn't want to be forced to use hands too soon. 90% on Gravitic Flux. Lyric only at 75 on beat. We'll have to rely on Chosen's immortality if Clairvoyant chooses to instigate this ultimate right now. Instead, it's going to be Plato first to proc the artillery strike, and in response, Clairvoyant will pop Gravitic Flux, and then we have a follow-up artillery strike from Gambit. Now Backstab Bub with this Mei ultimate is looking to get sneaky, waiting for someone to pass a little too far forward. There it is. The Amp Matrix comes through, but Backstab Bud leaps past it in the Blizzard. That's Kel, Chosen, and Moose all getting eliminated by Backstab Bud with the ultimate. Gambit, yes, you're the one who got the kills, but I'm crediting that to Backstab Bud yeeting themselves into the front line with Blizzard.
I do believe with this Riptire, Moose is going to be swapping off, bringing out Mei of their own. Kel's still sitting on this Gravitic, but Ashley has the beat, and so I think we'll just see a replay of Antarctica. Lift, then beat. Right on cue.
And Tommy Salami with the window as well. Backstab Bud, Moose both go down, so it's a trade Mei for Mei. Immortality used to keep Kel alive. Rock landed on a couple of people. Gambit, though, staying safely out of harm's reach by Bookstore. A lot of damage down onto Plato. Gambit now with another artillery strike says, I'm using it now. Carpet bombs through archway. Gonna find Kel in the raining fire from above. Plato in wheels, looking for an opportunity to get a little bit of damage. Does not. And Clairvoyant again. Another lift. Yeah, how? How?
He is popping off, just charging things up so quickly. Boise State rounds the corner, and they do not have a beat to try to counter this. Clairvoyant goes low on health and gets melted down. Chosen and Moose pushing Boise State up to a 2-person lead. Now it's a much bigger lead as Moose and Plato do clean up. A team wipe for the Broncos. One more fight to go before they can claim this checkpoint.
Lyric is only 60% on beats. That means Chosen's Immortality Field or Kel with Rock are the two things they're looking to survive through Graphitic Flux. Window is used from Chosen. Moose tries to wall off Clairvoyant, instead is forced into Cryo Freeze right in front of Clairvoyant. There's Graphitic Flux being procced. It's not canceled, however, doesn't find anybody. Tommy Salami still has window in response. Kel, 70% on Gravitic Flux, gets eliminated by Backstab Bud. Moose trying to find elimination of his own, does not find anything, forced to disengage. 95% on Blizzard. You do have a chance for a reverse in favor of the Broncos. Never mind, they have lost Plato. You cannot spend an ult after you've lost 2 people unless you're willing to spend 3. So that's another fight win for Mizzou, stopping the Broncos just a little bit short of the second checkpoint.
Mizzou has constantly been a tough foe for the Broncos. If we swap games just for a little bit, Boise State had an incredible win against Mizzou in Valorant when that was a very tough opponent they had. But Overwatch is looking a lot more shaky if you were to zoom in at this particular point in the match.
Looking statistically, we have 2 ults, almost 4 for Boise State, but 4 confirmed for Mizzou. Window and Wheels used at the same time. Moose sacrificing himself to throw the Blizzard in, but the issue is you never beat a Blizzard! And that is why Gambit immediately eviscerated the backstab, but throws their Blizzard into the backline. Beat in response coming from Lyric as well. Everyone outside of the Blizzards is what makes the difference for the Beats. If you're trying to save someone inside the Blizzard, well, they're already going to get eviscerated anyway. Kel too far forward, might get a little bit punished. Window is going to be used by Chosen, gets walled off. Ashley is eliminated. We have Artillery Strike coming from Spawn. Tommy Salami has fallen for Mizzou. That's both supports gone. Plato eliminated by Gambit. The stronger of the Bastions went out for a moment, but who will demonstrate their prowess more on King's Row is the question. As we are at 30 seconds and ticking down, close to nothing on the clock for Boise State to get this checkpoint. They finally will have the opportunity to do so. Now just under 2 minutes to push it the rest of the way. Odds are we're going to be in either overtime with no one having time on the clock, or Mizzou has a very strong push ahead of them on their offensive phase.
They're able to rock Clairvoyant. One rock deserves another. Kel also gets stunned. Boise State not sitting on anything, whereas Mizzou has this lift available and no beat from Boise State to counter it. Everyone's going to wait until he gets just the right angle, but a boop from Lyric onto backstab. Kel gets caught in the Gravitic. The May has to cryo freeze to get through it. Boise State will throw down their immortality barrier. Plato gets another pick onto Tommy Salami. They have very little time, but they are making good use of it. Winning this next team fight, Clairvoyant's the only one left. He got 1 pick onto the Broncos. Will overall be 1 team fight left to see if the Broncos can end this and go into overtime with time still left on their clock.
Kel has lift, but Ashley's going to have beat in response. Clairvoyant very far off from a Gravitic Flux. Lyric will therefore have beat to use as needed. Running on the point.
Oh, that's
huge.
huge.
To use ultimate. That's Blizzard down. Clairvoyant dangerously low, but beat is used in response. So that is a free lift for Kel. I think there's 1 or 2 people in it. However, Moose goes down. Tommy Salami is eliminated. So that's a trade. Kel also finds Clairvoyant. Lyric is eliminated. Gambit instigates the Bastion Artillery ultimate, as does Plato. But Plato has the window. And it looks like with 20 seconds, 18 seconds on the clock, we have Doomfist Clairvoyant coming out to try and stall this, but 14 seconds remain. The Broncos will lock it down, guaranteeing us a genuine overtime. If Mizzou can push it all 3 points, which I'm gonna hedge my bets on this one a little bit, and I think they will.
Probably will, but I knew that last fight was going to be interesting the moment we saw the Blizzard being placed onto Clairvoyant, because he went so low on health, it forced Mizzou to use every single one of their cooldowns to try to keep him alive, because you don't want to lose your tank at the beginning of the fight. No. And then the beat was used. That allowed Boise State's Gravitic to really make an impact in that fight, got rid of their main healer. Very, very scrappy team fight until the very end when Kel pulled out his double.
From the looks of it, Boise State, of course, sticking with the Bastion. It's Plato. There really shouldn't be any question of what character Plato will be playing if you check the ladder rankings. And then the rest is going to be May, Baptiste, Lucio, Sigma. Most likely a very similar story for the side of Mizzou. We see the May, we see Bap, Lucio, Sig, Bastion. Same comp on both sides. Who is going to be the victorious one is my question. Kings Row. It's named Scrim Row for a reason. So.
You have the same comp. You have basically a mirror match on the most played stage in Overwatch history. There really is nothing separating these 2 teams except pure skill at this point. We'll see who has more skill. Boise State needing this win more. They do not want Mizzou to go up to match point and force the Broncos to get a reverse sweep. A little bit of chip damage from Plato in Hotel. Wall goes up. Be at bay for a moment, takes a bit of damage, has to duck back inside Hotel. Mizzou making a lot of room for themselves, already getting their first pick. Boise State on the recontest as the Immortality field. Both teams have spent their Immor. Clairvoyant going down low on health. Moose also hanging on there. Both of them managed to heal back up. Just on positioning, Boise State getting forced back into this hallway. The wall off is going to catch Cal, but Moose was hiding off near Hotel. Clairvoyant trying to get away from the freeze.
Holy cow, Moose just saved that whole fight.
I was for sure that there was no one there, and then Moose just out of the blue from Hotel, single-handedly. Just the threat of the freeze. Oh boy. All right, we'll have another chance for Mizzou. They're already off the pace that the Broncos set, so just winning one team fight is looking good for the Broncos. They only have a window to use, and Clairvoyant gets taken out. Lyric is traded in response. Plato uses his artillery. Kel is hanging on to his lift, much to Artie's chagrin. Low on health as well. Just hanging in there, however. And is going to be able to take out Backstab Bud.
Hear me out. They nearly full capped. Look at that, 90%. They literally saw Immortality Force. You could have just listed. Ashley didn't have beat, so what if Ashley had beat for the next fight? You could have bought your team time, prevented them from being so close. Now it's 60%, that's fine. They got to recap the whole 33, the 66 versus 33, but we see Lift coming out from Clairvoyant first. Clairvoyant gets these ults and pops them. Clairvoyant's not saving it, and there's Immortality on Clairvoyant as well, trying to keep Clairvoyant alive. Hell still on with the ultimate. Backstab Bud pops the May ultimate. Blizzard.
Ashley
finds two. Ashley finds two. Plato finds two. Ashley finds Plato in response. Finally, we see the lift come out from Hell. Too little, too late. The guy who ults first wins the fight.
Ashley got a triple there on Lucio, helping to turn the fight around for the Tigers. They'll be able to get the payload with a little less time than Boise State had when they started, but still a good amount. I have to think that this will be a tale of how well Boise State holds in the factory. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Plato's just charged up his ult. Mizzou will have the beat in response and also another window.
Chosen ended up using window at the last second, too late. 1v3, I believe. Plato proccing ultimate, takes out Immortality, but nothing else. That does give opportunity for Boise State to go in. The issue is they have nothing else to follow up. Plato right around bookstore goes into wheels, gives Clairvoyant a decent amount of extra shields. Window from Mizzou. Tommy Salami uses it to lock down, but it just only locks down that one alleyway. They're going to amp speed, go to the rest of the way, swing the next corner, pick up Moose. Rock does not land on Clairvoyant, so that's look at those extra shields. Look at that green bar. Clairvoyant was sitting strong. Plato's forced back around the corner. Kel still trying to maintain some level of presence on the front line, but so much damage going forward. There's no Symmetra to help do extra damage. Artillery strike drops down. Kel hanging on by a thread, but Lyric's thread got cut by the Fates and is back in spawn.
Chosen again uses the window, but you have to question. Mizzou was able to use their beat. But Boise State fighting back. Plato picking up a double. I guess that window did come in clutch.
The grenade through a window is a one-shot, one-kill, so it's scary.
All right, we're going sub 2 minutes left for Mizzou. Boise State walking away from this one with an artillery, but nothing else. Mizzou is going to have this Blizzard, however, which I think is probably going to be the better engage tool. That is if they ult first, which is often a crucial component in these fights.
Backstab Bud.
Oh.
Rounds the corner. Looks for an opportunity to drop down the May ultimate, but Plato drops the artillery strike first, finds Gambit. Moose goes down, so no May for Boise State. Backstab Bud drops the wall, gets eliminated by Play-Doh, trying to box Lucio into the subways. They find Ashley. Now can they finish tapping the point? They've got 4 people on it right now. Wait, never mind. I'm crazy. The Broncos, yeah. They're on defense. I'm crazy. It's nighttime.
It's past 11 p.m. Eastern, so it's getting pretty late there. Both these teams are just going to have to forge on no matter what the time because a playoff ticket is at stake. Lyric just pops the beat right away. And backstab, but I suppose it's in response to the blizzard, but Boise State now has nothing to counter this gravitic that Mizzou is charging up.
They get it anyway. I suppose beat to be aggressive, but it's never statistically the smart thing to do.
30 seconds remaining.
It's just
The payload has reached the
angry noises.
Oh, Kel taking a whole lot of damage from that barrel artillery
Don't you
brought up
wish
in
you had
combination
beat?
with the beat. And the artillery just plows right through the Broncos. Mizzou is on a tear, getting a team wipe against the Broncos. You know what would have been a good thing to have in that scenario?
Gee, I don't know, sound barrier?
I'm just saying.
4 ults online, all for Boise State. 1 ult online for Mizzou, almost beat for Ashley. I don't think I'm getting these beats quite frequently. Lip, Ashley already has beat. It's fine. Lip doesn't even find anybody. Ashley doesn't even need to use it. Play-Doh walks around the wall, picks up 1, can pick up a 2-piece combo, gets the 2-piece. Kel does find Tommy Salami as well, so that's going to sell Mizzou back.
60 seconds remaining.
And then Backstab Bud decides I'm not going to stay here and sends themselves down into the bottom of the factory. I just want to turn back to that moment where that list came through, plus the artillery strike, and absolutely demolished the Broncos. They were sent to a farm up north. Had they had this whole entire L area, this last stretch, Mizzou would not have gained. It's fine. Even if Mizzou locks us down, we're going into OT. But my goodness, it would have been we wouldn't be hanging on by a thread for the Boise State squad had they not made that crucial mistake. But the Mail forcing them to back off and choose your fate. Do you want to walk into an artillery strike or get frozen to death? That was cruel. Gambit will find loose in response, but Play-Doh gets 2. We have the Mails onto the point from Backstab Bud, but Backstab, you're the last one there.
It is overtime. Still possibility that Mizzou brings it back. Boise State keeps piling on the eliminations. Another touch from the Trace. All right. Well, it's not going to make a difference. Boise State does manage to win in Kings Row, but my goodness, can they pull in this season? Can they pull off a victory that doesn't give us a heart attack every single time we see it? Because there are constant things that are happening that just shouldn't be happening.
Jacob, I need to be very candid with you. That is why I'm going to encroach on your space.
Yes.
I spoke with Play-Doh recently.
Yes.
Last week, we saw their first 3-0 sweep in NACE. And I looked at him and I said, thank you for making it a 3-0 sweep. Kel goes, easy. And then I'm like, I full stop in the hallway, turn around, and I'm like, excuse you? This is the first one of the season. And Play-Doh looks at Kel and goes, are they for real right now? And Kel's like, yeah, it's because Moose tries to do all these weird things. I'm just walking away. I'm just letting them cope with it because they have not successfully 3-0 swept.
Have they been watching the same games that we have?
Obviously not, because they're still not going to 3-0 sweep today.
Well, you know, they certainly aren't UTD, which we saw has finished their entire season with nothing but 3-0 sweeps. Perfection.
And Mizzou's like, we drop scrims. Oh,
Yeah.
well. Now we're going to probably likely move on to Cervasa. If it's not Cervasa, I'm going to be really shocked. Mizzou, you better be cooking something that's delicious if you plan to go New Junk City, because that's just crazy if you don't go New Junk.
Right now we have the off-stage personality asking if it is Cervasa, and we're trying to read every single little bit of facial body language right now,
I'm also maybe waiting
whether
for production
it
to
is.
like proc it to us over here.
That is true. At New Junk City! All right, well, Mizzou chose this. They better think that they indeed have something cooking.
I'm scared. I am scared. This isn't.
What on earth do they have cooking up? You know, remember when UTD in their match brought out Busan and we saw the consequences of that? It can very much be a scary thing if a team brings out a choice that isn't popular.
I think Mizzou has this one in the bag.
Ooh.
I mean, if you're bold enough to pick the one of the two maps, because it's it's a little bit of a coin toss, but not so much. Statistically, teams favor Sravasa. So if you're like, well, everybody likes Sravasa, let's make it so if we lose hybrid, that we're able to then bring in the map that everybody hates. You are that wild card team, and you throw down New Junk City as your trap card. This can be the turning point. It can be calculated. Be that team that doesn't go Kings Row. Be the team that goes not Eichenwald, because that one's become the new Kings Row. Be the team that goes, Blizzard World. Be the team that does New Junk City. When you are putting your nose to the grindstone, you have to be able to pull out these crazy plays. These maps that everybody hates, you need to get good at. That is how you start these reverse sweeps. But this ain't even a reverse sweep.
And if Boise State doesn't have that mystical space typhoon to get rid of it beforehand, then that trap card is free to go off and tear right through the Broncos.
Thank you.
As long as they use it beforehand and don't use it as it activates it, because mystical space typhoon does not negate. It's a word of caution to those whom that information does apply. All right, so New Junk City, and well, at least for production, we get the opportunity to show off their hard work in capturing this stage for us. There was a possibility we would go through all season with the camera person not getting the chance to show this off.
It's really funny because the first week in A's, I think it was actually the first 2 weeks, everybody went New Junk. And production had yet to make this B-roll for this fly-through for New Junk. So praise them. They are fabulous. They got it. And then no one went New Junk.
Nice that they get to see the fruit of their labor. You see what Mizzou is bringing out. Clairvoyant, of course, going to be thematically appropriate with the Junker Queen.
I respect it, although it would also be, if this were Overwatch, imagine if this were free-for-all, or, well, sorry, not free-for-all, Mystery Heroes, or even open. We could have Junkrat, JQ, and Roadhog. That would make me so happy. But we can't. We don't even have Junkrat on one team, but considering DPS that we do have, Plato's going to get eliminated by Gambit. Plato did find Ashley. Losing your Lucy is a lot harder than losing a DPS.
Kel is going to push that advantage as far as he can. Eliminates Backstab Bud. Tommy Salami trying to get away, is going to be able to dash behind the wall. Mizzou was the first to get the flashpoint, however.
This is why I hate New Junk. This first flashpoint's literally in the low ground. You have no choice but to throw someone onto it unless you win the fight. And now Mizzou, their sacrificial lamb, so to speak, was Backstab first, and Backstab again, who played Get Down, Mr. President, jumps in front of JQ, saving JQ. Plato goes down to Gambit. Clairvoyant now full health. Ooh. Axe swings into Chosen. And we are now at 50% caps favoring Mizzou.
I mean, those eliminations that Boise State got at first been all for nothing in terms of the actual objective. Chosen's going to place his window down, but this is a lot of time the Broncos are taking. They do manage to eliminate, but Mizzou got past 80%, or just on 80%.
It's not even one full fight that Mizzou needs. They flipped the point. Just do it. It's like 10. It's like 10.5 or maybe 11 seconds that they need, I think, to fully cap it. It's a little over 11 seconds to cap for them once they get control.
Mizzou's going to start things off with the Rampage. Boise State uses Lift in their own beat-in response. Katsina Rush also popped by Mizzou. And eliminations being traded back and forth, but Mizzou is coming out on top of it, having it 4-2. And Plato and Kel are just hanging on. Gambit's going to end Plato's run. Kel's the only one left. And I think Mizzou gets this first flashpoint.
Oh, yeah. Arena.
Okay, I gotta say, that is my favorite flashpoint animation.
The confetti?
The confetti and the bell. the boxing bell. That's moi. That's chef's kiss thematically.
Well, we're moving on to the Ducks. This one isn't as exciting. I still Temple for Srivasa and then Fountain are still my favorites. I love the very resounding bell sound, the almost gong-like. So I love the fountain turning on. I like water. Now, as we look at this next fight, we've got Ashley, Gambit, and Backstab, all with ultimates. But the first one to proc ult is Play-Doh to force them out of the safety area. Does end up getting Moose deleted. Backstab Bud will get eliminated by Play-Doh, as will Ashley, putting the Broncos at a slight advantage. However, all it takes is one little bit of extra damage from somebody, and that somebody's going to be nobody because the Clairvoyant is going to be able to push through, make sure the Broncos are forced back, despite the power advantage they should have had.
Yeah.
Mizzou stood strong.
It's been positioned, you know, it's the exact same story on the first flashpoint. Boise State gets a couple of good first picks, but just on positioning, Mizzou is coming ahead in terms of the objective. Kel swapped over to the Zarya, gets one pick to start things off. Getting very close to the Graviton Surge. Tommy Salami also sitting on his ultimate, just charged up Kitsune Rush, and Clairvoyant will have Rampage as well. Mizzou has been charging up their ultimates fast this match. They have been on point.
They've been scary. And we have Tommy Salami leading the first one to proc ultimate. Follow-up ultimate comes from Chosen in the form of response Kitsune Rush. Genji dashes through, also use Beef like Gambit gets sub 50% health twice, healed up both times. Clairvoyant waits to walk through the Disruption Sphere, finally comes through. Kel with this Graviton Surge, most likely waiting for Play-Doh to get ult online, or is waiting to force Suzu. Shout is used, Genji's through, there's Suzu in conjunction, but Ashley comes in with the beat, saving majority of the team, but Ashley will go down slowly thereafter. Gambit picked up Play-Doh. Backstab with the blade finds Chosen. Clairvoyant goes down to Kel. Late beat from Lyric does allow Moose and Kel to pick up the remainder of Mizzou and bench press them.
We have one flashpoint apiece. Heart is sad with absolutely nothing on that flashpoint.
I told you it wasn't very exciting.
Yeah. Yeah. And we started off so well with the boxing bell and everything, and now we're just falling off of a cliff here.
Speaking of cliffs.
Well, maybe my mood is less sour if we do get to see someone falling off that cliff.
This is we do have a cliff's edge over here. Bomb Flats also has the capability to have some environmentals, but no environmentals necessary for Moose, who just uses the rail shot to take out Backstab, but perfectly timed Suzu is going to circumvent Clairvoyant's Rampage. Tommy Salami also goes down, so Clairvoyant's eliminated. And it looks like Ashley's trying to skate for their lives, gets deleted by Play-Doh. Third point, going in favor of Boise State.
Well, it's also a bit of an unfortunate time that Clairvoyant used that ult as well, because there was already a teammate down fighting an uphill battle. Swap over to the Zarya for Clairvoyant.
So I understand where you're coming from. The thing is, if you go down one, you use an ult to equalize. So Clairvoyant was not entirely crazy, but the issue is he didn't force the Suzu first, so then it was bad idea. We do have Gambit with the overclock, however. Takes initial rail shot, says, maybe I need a little bit more in my clip. Backstab Bud, though, who's made the Tracer swap, finds Kel. Now down the front line, Boise State needs to make an option to respond. Their response, they're going to pay the ultimate of Kitsune Rush. Never mind, it's going to be Mizzou who does, and no response from Broncos inside. They give up the point and then all stagger to Mizzou.
I don't mean to add even more salt in the wound, but Ashley has just charged up heat. So.
Again?
Yeah, it's 97%, 98, 99.
Dang. Ashley, you've been fast on that.
Lyric is also going to have beat, however. Boise State is basically sitting on basically everything possibly for this team fight. And Moose already gets a good pick onto Ashley. That beat will not come into play. Boise State continues on toward the point where they use any other ultimates. They use the beat, helping themselves get onto the point. They eliminate everyone on it. There's just one trying to touch. The Tracer's going to be eliminated. Boise State takes back the point. They do need to hold it for one more fight, however.
They have Graviton Surge. They're going to have Artillery Strike as well as Kitsune Rush. Mizzou, Ashley actually hung onto the beat, waiting. Ate the rail shot from Moose. I commend Ashley for that. Lots of Lucio's panic and ult then. But knows Kel has grab. This is an essential beat. Uses it to make sure that even if someone does get trapped in it, they're gonna survive through the beat. We have a response from Plato using the artillery strike. Kel does find backstab, but Ashley quickly there follows with picking up the elimination onto Moose. Into Wheels, Plato trying to get damage down onto Ashley, forcing both supports around this column. Gambit, who has overclock, has not chosen to proc it, uses the slide, gets behind all of the back line, however, pays the price with meeting the blunt end of a sound wave from Lyric.
Hey, at least that's an animation. It's something.
We are going to Junkyard. Bomb Flats is done and dusted, in the words of Jacob. And now Boise State just needs to cap this one and they can come out victorious, putting themselves at series point. However, if Mizzou caps this next one, we have to go to one more. Will we end it on this flashpoint, or will we see every single one of them for New Junk City?
This was the kind of the out there left field pick from Mizzou, so if Boise State manages to go to match point on this, we'll see if Mizzou has any other out there picks as far as push is concerned. Clairvoyant starts the fight off well, taking out Kel. Graviton Surge also expended. Gambit with the overclock eliminates Plato. Boise State down to just a few left. Chosen's going to jump off the edge so they can all reset as a team. And Boise State, good news for Plato is that he's very close on this artillery. Lyric is also sitting on a beat. Ashley and Tommy Salami also getting close to their ultimates. Backstab Bud also charges up. The pulse bomb and artillery is going to be used at the same time. Boise State has to expend their Immor field to survive through that pulse bomb. Who hasn't quite charged up their beat yet, and no eliminations to speak of for either team.
Kel close to this Graviton Surge. Question is, are we going to see it come to fruition before? What? Okay, well, it is a free beat, but forces enemy beat, meaning Kel now gets a free Graviton Surge. If one team beats, you must be in response. There is window being used from Chosen. Backstab Bud will get eliminated by Plato and company. Kel's still hanging on to this grab for a real long time, Bud.
Wants to save it for a rainy day, apparently, but it's really pouring right now on the Broncos, and Kel uses the grab to...
Way too late.
Listen, it's not that like I'm rooting for the Broncos and I'm frustrated they're losing. I'm frustrated at how awkward some of these plays are.
There's been so many times where the fight is clearly Mizzou's, and someone tries to make the hero play. Mizzou ain't gonna fall for it, nor are they gonna let you get away with it. They'll let you do it, but they're not gonna let you be successful with it.
Well, we're down to the last flashpoint. Boise State has absolutely nothing to use. They have swapped over to the Torb for this last fight. Mizzou Clairvoyant sitting on this Graviton Surge.
Have fun, Clairvoyant. Get the 5K.
There you go.
Get
Uses
the 5K. Woo!
With the... Yeah, it's amazing what can happen when you actually use the Graviton Surge.
Shade.
They're just going to intentionally stagger out Plato as well.
Plato even stood still. That's the funny part. You
Yep.
need to start, if you know they're going to try and stagger you, which it is a valid strategy. No one's going to hold it against anybody in an actual match for staggering someone. If you do it in scrims, shame on you. But Plato needed to have actually started doing damage on a squishy to make them have a reason to kill him sooner.
Mizzou sitting on a whole lot that they can use for this fight. Tommy Salami gets rid of Torp Turret. Gambit pops. Overclock. Window also used. They're going to put pressure onto Mizzou, however, and they manage to take Gambit while the overclock is popped, and Kel comes charging and redeeming himself for the Graviton Surge that wasn't to be, picking up a triple and taking back the flashpoint.
Okay. Both Kel and Claire. Kel Dallas 40% off of grab. Ashley has beat. Is Ashley going to play the patience and wait game, or are we going to see it used early or too late? Lyric also has beat. Clairvoyance will round it to 30% on Gravitic Flux. The only scary thing is Clairvoyant has been successfully getting these Gravitic Fluxes almost every fight. So will we see Lyric just hang on to it as Ashley is the first to be eliminated for Mizzou? Clairvoyant shortly thereafter. I mean, Broncos are behind in percentage, but at losing Ashley, you got to just reset.
Now they're charging forward a little bit, seeing if there's anyone they can stagger. There isn't.
They ran away. They know better.
They're going to love this. Turret in position.
All right, Mizzou heading in for a chance to take this back. Gambit already gets a pick onto Chosen. Moose uses the Molten Core in response. Beat is going to be expended for Boise State. It's not enough. Lyric does get a boop onto Gambit, and Plato's fighting back onto Ashley. This Zarya is charged up from Kel, who has this Graviton Surge again.
Everybody's dead for the Broncos.
Yeah.
Clairvoyant killed himself!
Oh my goodness. Will it make that much of a difference?
It can.
It does.
It can backstab, but it's low health. Chosen's on the... Nope, Chosen backed off.
Last chance for the Broncos to retake this flashpoint. Oh, they've got the charge up to about 3/4. Now we're into overtime. It goes back to the Broncos, and the timer is ticking down. Plato is just going to use their artillery to zone off Mizzou. It heads down onto Clairvoyant.
Grab them off the point!
And now grabs them off the point as Artie screamed. And okay, it did come through at the last moment to actually get them the stage. Like I said, our health is a little worse for the wear along the way. There's just a lot that's up in the air.
I have to... Ulting first is very important. Holding your ult for 3 fights, you could have already had another ultimate, so why are you holding your ults? Mizzou is like, it is a bargain bin sale for them. They get an ult, they're like, yeet. They get another ult, throw it out. I mean, Clairvoyant, again, like I said, almost every single fight that he is on Sigma, he is getting a Gravitic Flux. So with that in mind, that playstyle hits Q constantly. I love seeing it. Broncos, we have Grav. We still have Grav. We still have Grav. It's overtime. I'm going to use Grav.
Next thing, you're going to be telling Valorant players to check their angles.
You don't say.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's, you know, if it's the most often given piece of advice for Valorant, the most often one for Overwatch is he who ults first.
Yes. And yeah, of course, it's in some instances, it's better to use your ult and then die with it. The exceptions being...
As if we're not already run ragged enough. The pick is Coliseum.
I just had to step out of the way from the perspective over there so everyone could. Why? Why? Okay, Broncos. I don't know. I really. Oh, wait, no, this isn't the Broncos pick.
Yeah, it is Mizzou's.
This is Mizzou's pick. I'm interested. Let's be honest. We've seen too much silliness from Moose to fully commit to the idea that the Widowmaker could be something that actually strikes fear into anyone's hearts, especially with the Widow nerf that came through earlier. So, I think we're going all the way to Escort.
And if the only thing that would be fitting for the way things have played out so far is if they chose Circuit Royale for Escort.
No, I'd cry.
We'll just have to wait. Right now, Boise State sitting at match point against Mizzou. And if Boise State wins this, they will be undefeated, although it's not necessarily felt like that.
It's like a B+, okay? Yeah. You did okay in the class. You didn't do fabulous and deserve an A, but it's like a B+.
Artie has already cleared out the entire office supply store, buying their entire stock of red markers because there's been a lot here and there for the Broncos.
Like, I know that UTD is undefeated and has a borderline perfect record, but their two-time getting 2 silly on King's Row performance, they have like half of that minus sign getting encroached on that A.
That is true. Well, here we go. Let's head down to the Eternal City to see if the Broncos are going to close things out as we move toward. Last time we did see Coliseum, we also saw a very sneaky pick on the robot. Just a total C9 moment. So.
Yes, we had a Soldier 76 take it almost all the way from their own team spawn doors to the crossing the halfway point. Additionally, we had a moment where we had an Echo copy onto a Sigma that then pulled a team up into the Gravitic Flux and they landed in a Terror Surge. The one reason I don't enjoy this map is you stare at this one hallway for an extended period of time in a lot of cases.
Yeah. It's almost this we're playing Splatoon 3, nothing but hallways. But that's a story for a different day. Right now, Kel moving forward is going to be able to take out Backstab, but Boise State now up 1, but it is still quite a slog in the hallway. 2 shields go up, and trying to flank the Bastion, that's going to force out Immortality Field.
I now understand why Mizzou went this point, because they knew that Clairvoyant would probably get, in comparison to the other two, more value on Sigma, because each Carranza is not that fun for Sig. This one was probably the best bet to run the Sigma, but I believe Cal has been leaning into the Sigma, evidently, quite heavily as well, so it really comes down to who has the advantage created by a teammate, and for this first initial fight, that was more like 2, it was the Broncos who ended up being victorious. Now, as far as Ultimate Charge goes, Chosen already used Amplification Matrix. Ulted first. Question here now is, Clairvoyant very close to Gravitic Flux. Is Kel gonna take his sweet time and wait, or is he gonna proc his Gravitic before Clairvoyant gets his? And the response is yes, and in the return fire from Plato obliterates any sound barriers, and we do see Gambit, Ashley, and Tommy Salami all eliminated. Ashley had beat up in time for the Gravitic Flux, but skirting your way around an artillery strike on top of getting slammed down into the pavement, the beat's just not going to be enough.
Boise State secures their forward spawns. Mizzou has been waiting for a fight like this. They have 4 Qs that they can press this time. They're going to start things off with the artillery, and it picks up Chosen. Kel also eliminated due to the railgun shot.
Bye, Boost. Bye, Plato.
Backstab Bud didn't even need to use Overclock. That was just a normal charge.
I think Lyric made it out alive by wall riding to freedom. Yes, I think Lyric is the only one who has yet to fully have their flame extinguished by Mizzou, at least for this game. But now we're going into Window, Gravitic Flux, and Overclock. Broncos only going to be able to respond with this beat from Lyric. The question is Lyric going to bide their time and wait for Clairvoyant to use Gravitic Flux, because this is, again, one of the rare instances being reactive is okay.
Clairvoyant eliminated before he can even use Gravitic. Backstab Bud pops the Overclock, trying to even things up, but he's taken out by Chosen. Boise State probably going to be taking back this robot really quick, and Gambit didn't even look right to see Plato.
Check your angles. Can't believe it. Gambit! Oh, that was just painful.
Boise State now going to get a good bit of push back. Make sure that they do not lose their forward spawns. There goes artillery right onto the bridge, pushing Mizzou off, and we also see Gravitic being popped. Beat expended by the Broncos. All the ultimates gone from Mizzou, and Boise State is still 5 strong. They eliminate Tommy Salami. Accretion also hits Clairvoyant in combination with that Bastion grenade, and Boise State clears out Mizzou, gets their forward spawns, and is going to push some more.
Have another lift online from Kel. Chosen will have window moves to Overclock. Tommy Salami will have a response window. Gambit should have artillery strike, but Ashley, again, with the beat, has been on top of these beats, making sure Ashley has had them almost every single time we've seen a Gravitic Flux. This time there won't be a wombo combo of Flux Artillery Strike, so Kel uses this ultimate with nothing else to follow up. Theoretically, Ashley's beat will be enough. To give entry point, we have Gambit dropping the Artillery Strike. Unfortunately, Tommy Salami and Ashley both get eliminated, one by a rail shot, other one by overclock. Backstab Bud will find Moose, but Clairvoyant, Gambit, Backstab all fall. Now Broncos getting past the crosswalk section, very close to that final checkpoint.
They have ultimate advantage to boot. They have just basically a free Gravitic that they can use for themselves. Kel recognizes it. Oh, Clairvoyant gets the first pick onto Plato. Now Mizzou has a slight person advantage. So much damage being pushed out through that window.
Backstab just slid into a tank. There was no fear in this human being in that instance. Said, I need this space and I'm taking it from you. Go back to spawn.
Boise State regrouping in the hallway. A swap from Moose over to the Widow.
Oh man, okay Moose. I don't think that's striking fear into Mizzou as it's done to other teams in the past. Mizzou is not scared of Moose on the Widow.
Yeah, unless he manages to get a pick here in the next 10 or so seconds. Okay, he does, but it's after a lot of other players got their picks too, so still yet to be sold on this swap.
I mean, Moose picked up 2. I just couldn't see how much damage was done by Plato first. Plato did get 2, and I don't remember who got the other pick, but now we have Moose standing directly on the bridge, taking pot shots down main. Plato's going to instigate the artillery strike, and in conjunction.
Oh! All in one, an artillery.
The one time Ashley did
Okay, I'll give you that emote, Plato. If there's a chance where you've got emote, I don't know if you could have chosen any other time to do it. Wow!
Holy McNugget. Wow.
Now there's just a few left, staggered, trying to take this back. Boise State is almost to the final point. Kel eliminates Tommy Salami. Boise State has lost a lot of players, however. And despite that showy play, this match is still going to go on.
We've got 2 minutes, roughly, give or take 20 seconds, because I can math. For Mizzou to walk the bot back, get it past the halfway mark. Well, backstab Bud who swapped over to the Genji. Like I said earlier,
they're not afraid.
Sword wants to know your location. He immediately hones in on Moose and said, I'm just going to make sure that you can't do anything. I don't get to do anything either. I'm your babysitter. That is what Genji gets to do when there is a Widowmaker. Gambit also has gone over to the Tracers, so Surround and Conquer is now the name of the game. They do lose Ashley, unfortunately, for Mizzou. To Plato, who's been a powerhouse of eliminations on the side of the Broncos. Hold spawn from Gambit. I think he landed on the ground, didn't pick anybody up, and Lyric comes in to protect the Widowmaker. Gambit is eliminated. Backstab, looking for the trade, is trying to get it. Unfortunately, goes down to a headshot. Kel will find Tommy Salami. Clairvoyant will also get eliminated. We have another stagger opportunity. Mizzou can bring this back in their favor. They unfortunately have to hang on to this beat. They can't use it to be aggressive. Plato almost has ultimate. There's gonna be window online from Chosen. Backstab Bud has something that can change the pace of this. If this blade is procced after Clairvoyant lands, it can be used from the Meteor Strike is what I'm saying.
Well, it doesn't look like Plato will be able to catch lightning in a bottle for a second time. Clairvoyant eliminates Moose, who is still sticking on this Widow. A lot of damage also being placed onto Boise State's BAP. Chosen just hanging on. Backstab Bud is getting in low on health himself. Tommy Salami eliminates Plato.
Hell with another lift. Ashley's been hanging on this beat in order to make sure it's ready for the counter. Gambit is unfortunately eliminated. Lyric has beat also for the enemy ultimates that'll come online, but there is Gravitic Flux. Response beat from Ashley. Lyric's eliminated by Backstab Bub, but there is window from Chosen. Ashley falls. Tommy Salami is nowhere in sight. Actually, LOSing the window has Kitsune Rush. have Blade online, almost pulse bomb. There's the Kitsune rush, decides to focus on Kel, gets the elimination. Moose off screen somehow died.
All right, Mizzou is going into overtime and has to be perfect from here on out. Around the corner, out of the hallway. Boise State only has beat to use.
Both bomb, meteor strike, both coming online very soon. But at 13 health, can't get healing fast enough, is eliminated on Moose, who's decided to swap over to the Tracer for a last-second touch. Tommy Salami goes down, Plato is eliminated. There's the meteor strike. Clairvoyant is trying to stay alive a little longer, but gets stunned and eliminated. That is Boise State somehow still managing to come out victorious.
But doing it in typical Bronco fashion and
Following
taking us for the biggest emotional roller coaster. Every single week we feature them.
Yes, it's just the issue is that this record that they've presented us with, now that they're tied for that, second place position, this ain't good. The tiebreaker, I'm gonna even check the rule book because, it's the thing that they have to use. I'm pretty sure it's map differential. And
Well, Boise State does manage to actually, they were undefeated actually, so they are going to secure one. So luckily this doesn't have to go to tiebreaker, is what I'm saying. So.
Oh, okay.
And since Oakland had a bye this week, we know Boise State is first place, Oakland is second place, Mizzou goes on to LCQ.
Good luck, Mizzou. I'm pretty sure you guys will fare just fine, in all honesty. Just based off what I saw from your guys'
Yeah.
Holy cow. I need just a strict counter of, on average, how long it took Clairvoyant to get Gravitic Flux on Sigma. Build comps around your Sig. If you have to, just do that. There's teams that do it. It can work out very well. If you are getting it, I think it was borderline, every 30, maybe 40 seconds
I
you
know,
saw Gravitic
yeah.
online. Wow.
Well,
Good luck and have fun against that team.
It is late, and we got to wrap things up for today. Tomorrow we will have Valorant for you. We'll see how the final games in that season turn out. But before we go, we once again want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors. We got Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, one of the newest sponsors for NACE Star League. Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, it's your journey. And of course, we have all of our other sponsors, including Truth, largest public health organization dedicated to a future where tobacco and nicotine addiction are a thing of the past. For more information on how vaping can affect your mental health, go to breathofstressair.com. And to all of our other sponsors, Extra Life, Duncan, and Monster, as well as Mavix, who will be bringing you the top 5 plays of the game. Mavix gaming chairs, feel the difference. And have a good night. We will see you tomorrow with Valorant. Sleep well.
What? We're looking at Horizon Lunar Con?
I mean, maybe just a throwback, I suppose, to show us that it is Boise State going up against Mizzou.
Flux, and then we have a follow-up artillery strike from Gambit. Now backstab Bud with this May ultimate's looking to get sneaky, waiting for someone to pass a little too far forward. There it is. The Amp Matrix comes through, but backstab Bud leaps past it in the blizzard. That's Kel, Chosen, and Moose all getting eliminated in conjunction, but Ashley comes in with the beat, saving majority of the team, but Ashley will go down shortly thereafter. Gambit picked up Play-Doh. Backstab with the blade finds Chosen. Clairvoyant goes down to Kel. Late beat from Lyric does allow Moose and Kel to pick up the remainder of Mizzou and bench press them.
Themselves. Kel recognizes it. Oh, Clairvoyant gets the first pick onto Play-Doh. Now Mizzou has a slight person advantage. So much damage being pushed out through that window.
Backstab just slid into a tank. There was no backstab, but on this Genji creates a level of dynamicness for Mizzou that the Broncos do not have with Junkrat. Junkrat, yes, you can do some spooky things, but Genji allows for off-angling a bit stronger. However, backstab Bud goes down. Play-Doh and Kel shortly thereafter from Boise State, so might as well have been a 2-for-1.
Possibly for this team fight. And Moose already gets a good pick onto Ashley. That beat will not come into play. Boise State continues on toward the point where they use any other ultimates. They use the beat, helping themselves get onto the point. They eliminate everyone on it.